Welcome back to the Wicked Psychology Live Hangout stream. We are continuing this week with the Rachelle Waterman case. A quick overview is that she enlisted her two ex-boyfriends to help kill her mother. Allegedly, of course. They tried to stage the death as a drunk driving accident, and when that didn't work, they burned her in a van. There are speculations as the motives, such as there are claims of abuse, or the mother not approving of her boyfriends and friends in general, and also body shaming. As we go through the trial, hopefully the evidence and testimonies will clear up some of the motives and who exactly was involved and maybe wasn't involved. Yesterday, we went through a lot of one of the killers that have already been prosecuted, Brian, yesterday. So we saw a ton of his testimony. And today we're going to start with a super short testimony of this gentleman that lived with Brian prior to the incident. So it'll be interesting, hopefully, to, even though it's only like 8 minutes, hopefully there'll be some good insight on his interactions with Brian, because as we saw, he was very callous and he really didn't show any regret or remorse for anything, and his reactions and his own emotional state wasn't really matching what he was expressing. He even said things like, he wasn't he assumes that he still loves Rachelle, which is just a very odd way to put either yes you do or no you don't, right? So that's very interesting. So let's first look at this. It's only about 8 minutes, and then we're going to dive into the other ex-boyfriend that was part of the killing as well, and see if he has a similar reaction as Brian, or if his demeanor is more regretful, kind of what that looks like. I think it's going to be super telling in the relationship that Rachelle had with these boys. So let's continue.
First name and last name.
It's Lee, L-E-E, Edwards, E-D-W-A-R-D-S.
And where do you live?
I live in Hollis, Alaska.
How long you lived in Hollis?
I've been there about 3 years.
Okay. And what kind of work do you do?
I'm retired at the time.
Okay. What kind of work did you do before you retired?
I was a saw filer.
Okay. And do you have a residence in Hollis?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what kind of house is it that you have?
It's an under construction house.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
I have 3 bedrooms.
Okay. And there's a bath in it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And heat it? How did you heat it?
That's mostly with a wood stove, and I do have a monitor heater, but oil's so expensive you can't really, so.
Okay. Do you know Brian Radel?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how did you meet him?
I met him. He was at a residence with some people that I know a few years back, and he had a business, which was a Dark Wolf computer.
Okay. That was the name of it?
Yeah, Dark Wolf Computer Service.
And that was in Craig?
Yes.
And after the business closed, did he move in with you?
My son sent me a computer, and I was looking for somebody to help me set it up. And so I went down looking for him, and he was living on an old boat. He'd lost his business.
Okay.
Through some bad deals, I guess.
So what did you do?
Well, the way I was raised, when you meet somebody that doesn't have a coat, doesn't have any shoes, and you're supposed to help them if you can, and this guy was in November, there's a little snow on the ground. He's in a pair of flip-flops walking around down on the dock down there, no coat. So I bought him a coat, got him some shoes, and I was putting a water system in, so I told him if he'd come out and help me that I would give him $100.
Okay. So did he come out?
He came out to my house. I took him out there.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, I had a buddy that's an engineer, and he needed a website made. And so Brian was going to make him a website. He set up my computer, and he said he'd pay Brian. In fact, he did pay him. He gave him $800 and to make a website. And I'm going to help him get back on his feet if I could,
Okay.
So that's how.
Okay. And how long did he stay at your house for?
He was there probably 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. So do you remember what part of November it was that he moved over there?
It was just, no, I don't. It was just November. It was in November, I know.
Okay. And it was 2 or 3 weeks before he moved out?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know Jason Arrant?
I met Jason through Brian. He came out, he said he had a friend and he wanted to know if he could come out and see him, and he came out. He was out at my house twice. That's the only time I ever met Jason.
Did you used to spend a lot of time in your house, or did you used to go out and do other things outside a lot?
Oh, yeah, we were working. I was putting in the water system, and the tank was bulky and everything, you know, so he was helping me.
Right. But you generally stayed around the house?
Most of the time.
Okay. And did you have a vehicle?
Yes.
Did Brian have a vehicle?
No.
But Jason did.
Jason did.
And you remember seeing him over there a couple of times. And what did he and Brian do when they were there?
I was just, they're young people, you know. They just talked, and I didn't pay much attention to it. They're all talking about computers, which I know a little about.
Okay. Do you remember hearing any discussions at all about plot to kill anybody?
I never heard him talk about killing anybody, no.
All right. Now, the weekend do you remember when the burnt van was found?
Yes, I do.
That weekend before all that occurred, were you home during that weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the Saturday that all that occurred, you were home that afternoon and evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Jason coming over that afternoon?
Yes, he did. He came over, and then he left and went home, and I didn't think anything about it.
Okay. Did Brian stay there?
Yeah, Brian stayed there.
Okay.
As far as I knew, that was another thing. The bedroom that I have has a door in the back, which I later found out that I thought he went to bed, and I guess he went out the back door.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual they did that Saturday?
I didn't see anything unusual. They went to town, and they bought a bottle of wine. He came back. And, he didn't drink much, really. You know.
Okay.
He came back.
Did you see if they had bought anything else other than the wine?
I didn't notice anything else. It just, you know, they went to town, and they liked to talk. And
all right. Did when Mr. Radel moved into your house, how long was his hair?
Oh, it was bushy. He needed a haircut.
Okay. On that Saturday, did you see him removing any of his hair?
I didn't see it, but they came and asked me. Arrant was there, and he came and asked me if they could borrow my hair clippers, because I had a set of hair clippers. So they took it in there, and pretty soon he come out, and he was bald as a billiard, you know.
Okay. And do you remember about what time it was you went to bed that night?
I was probably 10 o'clock,
Okay.
10, 11.
And did anything wake you up during the night?
I sleep very well. When I go to sleep, I'm asleep.
Okay. And you didn't hear them leaving, or
I didn't hear a thing.
or them coming back in the morning or anything like that? Okay. Did you notice, did you have a 5-gallon gas jug?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was it full?
Yes, sir. It was out by the porch. I always keep it out there because there isn't a gas station for 22 miles, and you know, you get out there and running around, and sometimes you need a little extra gas.
Okay. And what did you find out about the gas thing afterwards?
Well, we were looking for the gas can out there, and it was gone. So I asked Radel about it, and he said that Jason had come out, and they had. He didn't know if he had enough gas to get back to town, so he let him take my gas can, and he was supposed to bring it back. He said, "Oh, he'll bring it back."
Okay. And have you ever gotten it back?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. Are you a light sleeper, or would you say you're a sound sleeper?
I'm a sound sleeper.
Okay. Now, Mr. Arrant left your house prior to him being arrested, is that right?
I didn't know he'd been gone.
Okay. And during that week after that, the troopers came in and searched your residence several times, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination, sir?
You know Rachelle Waterman?
I've never met Rachelle Waterman.
During the time that Mr. Radel was staying at your house, did you ever see Rachelle Waterman come out to your house?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay, no questions.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am.
May Mr. Edwards be?
All right, that wasn't as helpful as I was hoping on that testimony. I'm surprised that's all they really did for Cross as well, to be honest. I guess there's not much to say. They're just trying to, prove, hey, they never saw Rachelle. She wasn't involved. And that's that. I'm sure he probably did more in Brian's actual trial versus Rachelle's trial. So we are going to, oopsies. All right, so we are going to transition over to the other killer's testimony now. His name is Jason, Jason Arrant. So Jason Arrant seems to be the one that was actually dating Rachelle at the time of everything. He was a bit older. I want to say 8 years older about. And so we're going to see that dynamic between them and the fact that their relationship was technically illegal. So we'll see how that plays out during the questioning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. West.
Okay. Is Mr. Pate present?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Pate?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was told that you were online.
Thank you.
Sir, if at any point you can't hear, please break in and let us know. Mr. Pate is Mr. Arrant's attorney. He appears telephonically today because the flights from Sitka were canceled. Go ahead, sir.
State your full name and spell your first name and last name.
Jason, Jason, Allen, Arrant, Arrant.
And prior to your arrest, where were you living?
I was living in Klawock, sir.
And how old are you now?
26.
And how long have you been living in Klawock?
Oh, roughly 2 years, I suppose.
Okay. How long have you lived in the Craig Klawock area, or Prince of Wales area, I should say, Prince of Wales Island?
I've been back and forth a few times, but I suppose about a dozen years in total.
Total. Okay. When did you first move to Prince of Wales?
I was probably 10 years old.
10 years old. And where did you live on the island, and approximately when did you live there? Do you remember?
When we first got there, we lived in Craig. Stayed there for a year or two. I don't exactly remember. And headed for Klawock. Was there for 2 or 3 years, I suppose. And then we moved back to Oregon. Stayed there until I graduated from 8th grade. And we moved back up to Hollis, where I spent the 4 years of high school.
And graduated when you were 18?
Yes.
And what did you do after you graduated from high school?
I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. I never actually finished my training. I was entry-level separated, so I was sent home.
How long were you there for?
About 3 months.
Okay. And then you went back to Prince of Wales Island?
Yes.
Now, what did you do after you went back to Prince of Wales? Where'd you live?
I got a job at Ruth Ann's,
What's that?
just washing dishes.
It's a restaurant there.
Yes.
All right. And that's in Craig?
Yes.
And how long did you work there?
Oh, about a year, I suppose.
Okay. And then what'd you do?
Then I moved away with 2 friends of mine to Yakima, Washington. Worked in a plastics plant. Lived there for about a year. And then I moved back up to Klawock.
Okay. And you were there until your arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of work did you do in Klawock?
I was a janitor at the local high school.
Okay. And how long did you have that job for?
I suppose it was about a year. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Was it full-time work?
Yes.
And what hours did you work during that job?
I would go get there at about 1:30 in the afternoon and work until anywhere between 6 and 8 o'clock, just depending on what needed to be done.
Okay. Were you the only janitor at the high school?
No, there was another head maintenance man that was over me.
Okay. And when you were back there living in Klawock, did you live in a place of your own, or?
No, I live with my parents.
Okay. And where they lived in Klawock?
Yes.
Okay. And who are your parents?
Doug and Linda Arrant.
And did either of them work for the Craig Police Department?
Yes, my mother did.
And how long did she work for them?
Oh, I'd say it's been at least 10 years, probably more.
Okay. And what was her job there?
She was a dispatcher.
Did you spend much time at the police department there?
I went there now and again just to say hello.
Okay. Did you hang out with the officers there?
Once or twice, I did things like traded movies with them, and we didn't go fishing or anything, if that's what you mean.
Okay. And did you know Sergeant Habib very well?
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
Okay. And how well did you think you knew him?
Well enough that I was comfortable talking about just normal average things with him. I rode around in his police car once or twice.
Okay. Did you have a common interest in computers?
Oh yes.
And what kind of background did you have in computers?
Mostly self-taught. I just kind of get in there and fiddle around and learn what I could.
Okay. Do you think you knew more than, say, most people do about computers?
I would say so.
Okay. And did you buy yourself an excellent computer for yourself?
Yes, I did.
And when did you do that?
Oh, it was probably about July or August of 2004, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. And do you know a Brian Radel?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
I met him when I was probably 13 or 14, somewhere in that neighborhood at Echo Ranch Bible Camp.
Okay. And is that the one that's near Juneau here?
Yes.
Okay. And you were, how old were you at the time?
About 13 or 14.
And how old was he?
Same.
And where was he living at the time?
I believe he was living in Thorn Bay. I'd never actually been out to the house.
Okay. And the two of you became friends at the ranch?
Yes.
And what happened then when you went back to POW?
At the time, I was living in Hollis, and he came over now and again just to spend the night out there.
Okay. And after you graduated and were still living on Prince of Wales Island, did you see him very often?
Not very. No, there was a time when I wasn't really sure where he was.
Okay. And what about in the year 2003, 2004? Did you see him much during those?
I first met up with him by chance. Actually, it was in the meat market where he was working in Craig.
Okay. At the local grocery store there?
It was at it was a place called Mel's over by the Blossom Shop there.
Okay. And did you start seeing each playing around and being friends and palling around and stuff after that?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of things did you do together?
Mostly just computer-related stuff. We like to get together and play video games, and after a while, we got together and started doing a Dungeons and Dragons group.
Okay. And did Mr. Radel have a business in Craig?
Yes, he did.
And what's the business?
It was a computer repair and service business. I believe he called it Dark Wolf.
Okay. And do you know when he had that?
I'm not actually sure when that started, no.
Okay.
But it was around the same time.
All right. And where do you have his office at?
At first, he had it in the back room of the Blossom Shop.
Okay.
And then he rented a space in the Thibodeau's Mall.
Okay. Do you know about when it closed?
The date escapes me, actually. He only had it for a few months, though.
Okay. Do you remember what month it was?
If I had to make a guess, I would probably say somewhere in the neighborhood of October.
Okay. Which year?
September, October, something like that.
Which year?
Hmm?
What year?
Oh, 2004.
Okay. And did you work for him in that computer business?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of work did you do?
I assisted him on some call-outs where we would go to customers' houses and work on their systems. Mm-hmm. Whenever he would get too busy, he would kind of call me in. It was more of a freelance thing.
Okay. And how was he at computers?
He was fairly good. He knew most of his stuff, but I always thought there was some things that he probably should have known working in that business that he didn't.
Okay. Who did he employ there, other than you on when he needed you? Who else did he employ there?
Rachelle Waterman.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, you said the two of you played Dungeons and Dragons?
Yes.
Did you play it when he had his business?
Yes, we did.
And where would you play it during that time?
There in the shop.
Okay. And who would play it?
It was myself, Mr. Radel, Miss Waterman, another friend, John Wilburn, and very rarely another friend of theirs named Gabe. I don't really recall his last name.
Okay. Did it's a role-playing game?
Yes.
Did each of you assume the same roles, or did you have different roles?
We would assume different roles. Only maintain a character for about 2 weeks, it would seem, before we were starting another one.
All right. And did the games last very long?
Not really.
Okay. How many hours do you think on a day?
Probably 4 or 5 with, pizza and everything else thrown in between.
Okay. Now, when did you first meet Rachelle Waterman?
I met her when Brian still had his shop in the Blossom shop there.
Okay.
And her and her boyfriend Ian came in one day. I think that was about February '04.
Okay. And did you know about any relationship between Ms. Waterman and Mr. Radel?
At that time, no.
Okay. When did you find out about their relationship?
I found out about that about the same time that we started discussing pursuing our own relationship.
Okay. Which was when?
That was probably around August '04.
Okay. But by then, when you found out about it, had the relationship with Mr. Radel ended by that time?
So I was told, yes.
Okay. And the playing of the Dungeons and Dragons, did that occur prior to the two of you getting involved romantically?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that the two of you ended up getting involved romantically?
It was in August when she took her vacation down to Washington, I believe, and she would call me now and again. We would chat online, things like that. The conversation just kind of swung around to that one day.
Okay. Now, did she send you some photographs of herself?
Yes,
And how did she send them?
via instant messenger program.
Okay. And what kind of photographs were they?
They were nude photographs.
Okay. Do you remember when they were sent?
Not particularly, but it was after we had already become involved.
Okay. And why did she send them to you? Did you request them, or did she volunteer, or how did it end up that they got sent to you?
I actually requested them.
Okay. Did you ask for any? How specific did you get when you asked for the request?
I filled out a text document just kind of detailing some poses that I would like to see.
Okay.
She
And
obliged.
she gave you the poses that you asked for?
Yes.
Okay. And by this time, had you become involved sexually with her?
Yes.
Okay. And how long do you think you and you and Ms. Waterman were sexually involved?
Oh, probably about 2 or 3 months.
Okay. And what stopped? Why is it that stopped?
I was going on pretty much up until the point of the arrest, so I would say that's what stopped it.
All right. Now, when you started going out with Ms. Waterman, was she still going out with anybody at that time?
She was still going out with her other boyfriend, Ian. She was trying to break it off,
All right.
so she told me.
Okay. Now, the dates you give are how strong do you think you are on these dates?
Probably only about 80%.
Okay.
I've never been good at remembering dates.
Okay. So these are your approximations?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point, did Ms. Waterman tell you about some problems she was having with her mother?
Yes.
And when did she start telling you about those?
She told me about those just shortly after we became sexually involved, because I was noticing some things on her body that shouldn't have been there, bruises and marks and other things, and I asked her about them.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She told me that they were the results of abuse by her mother.
Did she get into specifics?
Yes, she did.
What did she say?
She said that she had been thrown down the stairs before. She had been struck with a baseball bat, been threatened with a knife.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else you can remember?
As far as physical abuse, no.
Okay. How many times did she tell you about this?
Oh, several.
Okay. Did she ever talk about this while you were present with anybody else?
I don't actually recall. I believe most of those were private conversations.
Okay. Does it mean that it might have happened, but you just don't remember? Or
It certainly could have, yeah.
Okay. When she told you about this, what was your response to her?
Well, my first response was that I wanted to help her.
Okay. And did you tell her how you wanted to help?
I asked her how I could help.
Okay. And what was hers? And did she ask, what did she say?
Well, she said that she had already spoken with the police before on a previous occasion, because I had suggested that. And then we spoke about perhaps getting her emancipated so she could get away from the situation, but nothing really came of that. I made the suggestion that I could even just pack up everything I had and we could both leave and get away from it.
Okay.
And she always kind of had a reason that none of those would work. And finally I said, well, what is it that you want me to do?
Okay.
And she said that she thought it would be better if her mother wasn't around anymore.
Okay. When was this that this part of the conversation came in when you said, well, what do you want me to do? And she says, mother not be around anymore. You remember
I don't
when
really remember what month it was.
Okay. How were you communicating with her about this? Was it face to face, on the phone, or how were you doing?
Mostly it was over the internet. A lot of it was on the phone,
Okay.
and only some of the actual abuse conversations were face to face.
And when you said on the internet, do you mean emails or instant messaging?
Both.
Both. Okay. Now, when you asked her, what do you want me to do? And she says, it'd be better if my mother weren't around. Did you ask her what she meant by that?
Well, yes,
And what was her response?
that she thought it would be better if her mother was dead.
And what was your response?
Well, I was obviously trepidatious about it, but I loved her, and I already told her that I would do anything for her.
Okay.
And so at that point, I decided that I needed to enlist some help.
Did she offer you anything to help her in doing this?
No,
Did she offer you any money?
no,
Drugs?
no.
Sex? Did you offer, prior to this, had you offered her anything like drugs or alcohol or anything like that?
Oh, yes, her and I had gotten drunk before, and we'd smoked marijuana before.
Okay. Now, when she told you that she wanted her mother dead and you decided to help her, what did you do then to do that, to facilitate it?
I told her that I was going to go down and seek some assistance. I didn't tell her then who I was going to contact, but at that point I jumped in my truck and drove down to see Mr. Radel and spoke to him about it.
And why did you contact Mr. Radel?
Because through all the time that I'd known him, one of the things that he often talked about was his kind of militaristic upbringing. And I knew that if anybody I knew would be capable of something like this, it would probably be him.
Okay. Did you feel like you could have done it?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And so you went down to Mr. Radel's shop. Does he still have his shop?
Actually, it was down at his boat.
His boat? Okay.
Yes.
So his shop had closed by then.
Yes.
And where was he living?
He was living on the boat down at the dock in Craig.
And what kind of boat did he have?
It was just an old beat-up fishing boat. I don't think he ever took it out.
How big was it? Very big?
28 foot, I suppose.
And so you went down to his boat, and what happened there?
I asked him if he was ready to do anything to help Rachelle, because I knew at that point that he had feelings for her too.
Okay. By then you had found out about their relationship?
Yes.
All right. And what was his response?
He said absolutely.
Okay. And then what?
And then we started to...
Well, did you tell him what you wanted him to do?
well, yes.
Okay. And what was that?
I told him that Rachelle wanted her mother dead.
Okay. And so what was his response?
He said, okay, let's do it.
And what happened then?
After that, we really didn't go into any planning on that night.
Okay.
We needed to gather more information.
And did you come up with a plan or plans?
We both discussed several different plans. I came up with one or two. Most of the plans were through him.
Okay. And what were the couple plans that you came up with?
One of the plans that I helped devise was it involved a Rubbermaid tote, large tote, and some bags of cement. We were just going to basically sink her into the ocean.
Okay. What do you mean by sink? How do you mean by sinking her into the ocean?
Lauri Waterman was going to be taken from the home and murdered, and put into the tote, covered with cement, and dropped into the sea.
And she would sunk to the bottom then?
Yes.
All right. What was another plan that you remember coming up with?
I'm sure there was more, but I don't really recall at this point.
You said most of the plans though were from Mr. Radel?
Yes.
And what kind of plans did he have?
One that I believe has been dubbed the grassy knoll scenario involved a shooting in front of the Craig school.
Okay. And what other ones do you remember?
There was let's see, there was a drunken driving scenario,
Okay.
and there was more. It just escapes me at this point.
Okay. Now, the shooting one, did that one come fairly close to being accomplished?
Very close.
And whose idea? You said whose idea was that one?
I believe that was a joint idea.
Okay.
I can't remember who first pitched it, but we worked it out together.
Okay. What was the plan on that one?
The plan was to wait across the road from the school, where Lauri Waterman would be taking Rachelle to her volleyball practice. Radel was going to stand there on the other side of the road with his gun, and when she came down to the stop sign, he was going to stand up and shoot her.
Okay. And how close did that get?
Very close. The only thing that stopped that from coming about was the fact that he had forgotten the bolt for his rifle.
Okay. And how did you find out about that?
I spoke to him later. I had to go into town that evening, and when I drove by the school, I had expected to see police tape and ambulances and that sort of thing. And when I didn't see any of that, I drove down and asked him what had happened, and he told me then.
Okay. That he'd forgotten a bolt?
Yes.
Now, did he say anything else after he told that the plan didn't succeed that time? Did he say anything else to you?
I'm not really sure what you mean.
Okay. Did he say that he would come up with another plan, or?
Oh, yes. It was certainly not over at that point.
Okay. Now, prior to him going out there and trying to setting up to shoot Mrs. Waterman, had you talked with Rachelle Waterman about this?
Yes, she called me on the phone, and I relayed to her that that's what the plan was going to be.
And what was her response?
She wasn't too into that plan. She wanted something a little more concrete. So she asked us to abort, but by then it was already too late for me to contact Radel.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wanted it called off because she didn't want her mother dead?
No,
And what was the reason she gave you for calling it off?
she didn't. She just didn't like the plan because there was too many ifs. It was, if Radel had stood up and shot her there, then there was too much chance of being caught. She was too close to the situation.
Okay. Now, but you said you talked with her too late to contact Mr. Radel?
Yes, he was already moving through the woods at that point, and I didn't know where.
Okay. And then that's when later you found out that it didn't occur because he had forgotten a bolt.
Yes.
Now, did you do anything at that point to let Ms. Rachelle Waterman know about what had happened, what had gone on? Did you give her any messages or anything like that?
I believe we spoke later that evening online,
Okay.
and I told her what had happened.
Did you send her something?
I might have sent her a letter or an email.
Okay. Do you remember sending her about an email about it?
I probably did. We conversed almost every night on the computer, so I imagine that I probably did.
Did you? Do you remember how you referred to it as?
Oh, it was the hunting trip.
The hunting trip. Okay.
Yes.
And okay. Now, after that plot didn't follow through, what happened then?
We kind of found ourselves back at square one and just waiting for another opportunity to come up with a new plan.
Okay. Did you discuss other plans in the meantime?
Yes. I don't really recall what most of them were. They were kind of flash in the pan ideas that.
All right. Now, you didn't try to use the shooting plan again?
I don't think so.
Okay. You rejected it by then?
Yes.
Now, whose idea was it to come up with the DWI plot?
That was Brian's idea.
And what was supposed to be involved on that?
The idea was to abduct her from the house, and we'd already kind of chosen a spot out on the highway that looked like it might be a place where something like that could feasibly occur. And then the van with Lauri Waterman in it would be taken out there. Her neck would be broken, trying to make it consistent with an automobile accident. And then the vehicle would be pushed over the embankment.
Okay. And how did you, how far ahead from the time you actually killed Ms. Waterman did you come up with this plan? Do you remember? Was it week, 2 weeks, month, or how?
That was probably around at least 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay. And how'd you come up with the site for you going to crash the van at?
Well, we'd gone on some scouting missions before. We knew that she was going to be killed. We didn't know how yet, but we knew that we would need to dispose of the body somewhere. So we were searching for that.
Okay.
And then when this idea started to surface, we remembered that area as being a likely area.
Okay. And do you remember where it was?
It was out on toward Knockety.
Okay. Did you later show the troopers where it was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, during this time, from the time the last the shooting plot didn't go through until the time Ms. Waterman left town to go on the volleyball tournament to Anchorage. Did you talk with her during that time about, or communicate with her about what was going on?
Yes.
How often did you communicate with her?
She usually called me on her lunch break at school, pretty much daily.
Okay.
And we would send letters back and forth, things like that.
Did you? Where were you at when she called you during her lunch break?
I was usually at home by then.
Okay. And how often would the conversation talk about the plans to kill her mother?
That only came up probably 1 in every 5 phone calls. We tried to keep that sort of thing to a minimum.
All right. And why is that?
Just because we were both getting a little paranoid about things by then.
Okay. Who's we?
Well, myself, and I know Miss Waterman was probably getting a little antsy about it.
Okay. And as far as you know, was all the communication, or did Mr. Radel have any communications with Ms. Waterman about what was going on, as far as you knew?
Direct communications, I don't have any idea. I didn't know of any, but it's certainly possible.
All right. But most of the conversation then would go between you?
Yes.
All right. Now, during that time, from say September until Ms. Waterman's death, did you send a number of letters to Ms. Waterman?
Yes.
And were some of them handwritten?
I don't believe I sent any handwritten letters. I believe most of mine were typed.
Okay.
The letters she sent me were always handwritten.
All right. Could you have sent a couple of them handwritten, or do you remember?
I might have, but I don't remember doing that.
Okay. And where did you type them at?
At home on my computer.
All right. And your computer at home was connected to the internet?
Yes.
And do you remember how many letters you typed?
Oh, probably around 10 or 11.
And did you save them out in a particular folder on your computer?
Yes.
And do you remember what the folder was?
It was just a folder of letters and private things.
Okay. I'm going to show you some documents, and you just wait. Bring them. Exhibit 41 for documents. This one here I want to show you is, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's an email.
Can you tell who sent it?
No, I did.
And how can you tell you sent it?
Well, I can see the from line. That's my email address.
Your Sailor Starscape?
Yes.
And your email address is sailorstarscape@starvan.net?
Yes.
And-
Mr. West, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could we move that board?
This board here.
Oh.
I have to move it out of the way. Just move it out this way.
Maybe right over here.
Okay. You see better now?
Yes.
All right. And who did you send it to?
I sent that to Rachelle.
And was that your email address, How do you pronounce Narcissa?
Yes.
Line 21 at hotmail.com.
Yes.
And it says subject, hey, is it Shell or?
Shell.
Shell. And was that your nickname for it?
Yes.
And then after Hey Shell, there's, what's that after Hey Shell?
That's a little smiley face.
Okay. Now, the date on it, Wednesday, September 29, 2004, 12:34 p.m. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that would have been just afternoon.
Right.
And it says here on the first paragraph, hi, how goes it? Not much going on here today. I went down and found Brian so I could chat at him for a bit. Oh yeah, and we canceled that hunting trip we were planning for today, but he said he'd like to go sometime soon, no later than a week from now. He's swinging, so that should be fine. And then there's something at the end of that. What's that?
That's a sign for a wink.
Okay. Now, what's this reference to?
The hunting trip was in reference to the failed attempt with the rifle.
Okay. This would indicate that it was earlier in the day because it's just afternoon.
Yes.
You know, do you remember what time it was that you were going to, that it was planned for?
I don't really recall.
Okay.
I don't remember when the volleyball practices were supposed to be.
Okay. Now, at the end of the letter, what's this here, right here? You know?
Oh, well. No, I don't.
Okay.
This
is your initial here, Jay.
Yeah. That may have been something that was in another language. I was prone to doing things like that. That just didn't translate well when it came out on the other side.
Okay. Now, what was the reason for the wink eye here?
She would know what I was referring to.
Okay. This was a hunting trip.
Yes.
Okay. And by the hunting trip, what do you mean?
The hunting trip was the attempt with the rifle on the other side of the school.
Okay. Now, so this email that we just showed, is that the email that you sent her?
Yes, it is.
Show you what's marked at the bottom of plaintiff's exhibit 64, and do you recognize these? This?
Yes.
And what was this?
That's one of several letters that I wrote to her.
Okay. Now, you didn't date it up the top, correct?
No.
Dates or anything. Okay. Just for record, I'll have an expert testify about it. The top line here is the expert attitude. But let's see. I'll start reading it from the beginning, and it says, if you're reading this around anybody, stop. And then what's the symbol there?
Another wink.
And then, hey, baby. And then what's the?
That's a smile.
Smile. And then it says, I'm sorry my email, if you even had a chance to read it yet, seemed a little personal. I just wasn't sure if you'd be checking it at home or what. So I didn't know what was safe to say. Oh, BTW, what's the BTW?
By the way.
That last part that looks really strange, that's Russian. It means I love you.
Huh.
Is that?
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't help but slip it in there. I figured the odds of your mom speaking or even recognizing Russian were pretty remote. I knew you probably wouldn't know what it was either, but I just couldn't close my mail to you with a see you later, pal handshake kind of deal, so I improvised. And then there's a wink again.
Yes.
All right. Now then, a couple more paragraphs down. Pull this so that it's locked in. Yeah. Says, Brian and I were thinking of another thing more on the long term. He sees your mother as rather materialistic. I mean, she fucking wanted to sell you off. And if some, that's what the catastrophe?
Yes.
Catastrophe happens and she's around for the duration of your stay in the house as an 18, then she'd practically be throwing you at me if I had money. I don't mean like buying you. Jesus, no. I just mean like if I showed up to watch a movie at your house and rolled up in a $100,000 Ferrari, she'd be wanting us together so she might get something out of me. I don't know if this view on her is the same as reality, but it sounds good in theory. So we've got some ideas in place to nab some large cash in the long term,
Yes.
maybe a year from now or so, to set it up, just trying to see all the angles of your babe. Is that a happy face?
Yes.
And no, it's not robbing or anything. To be pretty safe, actually. It seems like a good plan for the good cover for when the money is supposed to be coming from. And then there's another thing I was thinking too. While I don't know your dad too well, I think that if your mom was gone, that we might, after waiting a bit, of course, just come clean to him. I could come over and we could all sit down and chat and really talk, tell him the truth. He might be okay with it if we decided to be open and honest about it, instead of sneaking around. If I was father, I know I'd respect that any guy who wanted to date my daughter anyway. What did you mean by come clean with him?
I was just referring to coming clean about the relationship.
Not about the killing over?
No.
Okay. The top paragraph. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff I think about pretty much all the time. I'm always trying to see ways we can be together, and they're not all completely insane. So a few of them were crazy. Ones involve setting up an emancipation hearing and bribing the judge with a boatload of cash, or just scraping together what I can and taking you and I away from here. Not the best plans, but like I said, I try to see it from every possible angle I can work this out. I often what kind of plans you might have concocted on your own, or do you really do that kind of stuff? It might. All right, if you don't, I'm just curious. What's that a reference to?
Which now?
Those two paragraphs.
That's just I was trying to see some other way that we might be able to get her away from the abuse.
And that paragraph, I was wondering what kind of plans you might have concocted on your own. What you mean by that?
That was kind of a on the sly reference to if she had any other ideas about how to get rid of her mother.
Okay. And do you remember typing this letter up?
Yes.
And how did you get it sent? Did you deliver it to her, or how did you get to her?
Most of the letters that I got to her, I just put straight into her locker when I was going to the Craig High School there for drama practice.
Okay. And this exhibit 66. You recognize this as another one of the letters you sent?
Yes.
Now this paragraph right here. I'm thinking about it all the time, baby. I always wonder how it would really be and when. I wonder if you'll just get on MSN one of these nights while I'm still up and say, come get me. I wonder if it'll be after your mother goes away. I even wonder if it'll be after you're 18. What do you mean by I wonder if it'll be after your mother goes away?
After she's dead.
Now, paragraph here on the second page. I know it sounds terrible, I really do, but I was thinking about different ways that we could get together. Since Brian and I have a pretty damn good idea of making some pretty big money. I can't even believe I thought this. Remember how your mother was going to like sell you? What if I was able to buy her, or was able to buy her permission to be with you, more or less buy her out of custody? $100,000 would go a long way. I know it sounds terrible, but I was just trying to explore every conceivable option. Besides, if she was still around by the time the money comes through, and she still didn't go for it, well, the same amount of money is quite a bit more than I would ever need to hire professionals. You know what I mean? Is that winky eye?
Yes.
And what do you mean by this?
In the reference to professionals or the reference to the money?
Let's start with the money.
The money was a plan that we had to
Wait.
Brian and I.
Okay.
We were going to start a marijuana grow operation.
Okay. And you figured you'd get $100,000 done.
Well, the particulars were more his area, but he said that he had a very rare strain that he could get a hold of or something, and that was kind of a number that he just spat out at me.
Okay. So you're still coming up with ideas here about ways of getting you and Rachelle together.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you mean by how your mother was going to like sell you? What was that?
She had told me of an instance where her mother had considered selling her into slavery or prostitution or something.
Okay. Who told you that?
Rachelle did.
And the reference, if she was still around by the time the money comes through, what's that a reference?
If she was still alive.
Exhibit 67. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Is that another one of the letters you typed and sent in this morning?
Yes, it is.
Paragraph. Starts here. I'll be so glad when this whole thing with your mother is over. I know it's not like I'm going to be able to see you right away, probably, but at least you'll be safe. Dad, and to be perfectly honest, all this waiting and planning and thinking about it is stressing me the hell out. It'll all be worth it in the end, I know that, but it's just starting to kind of overwhelming. I don't know, maybe I just need somebody to lean on for a bit. Hey, somebody, right? Is that a wink?
Yes.
If it couldn't be you, it wouldn't be anybody. What was that a reference to?
Which part?
The first paragraph. I'll be so glad when this whole thing with your mother is over.
Oh, with the whole thing with plotting to kill her.
Okay. And then you said, I know it's not like I'm going to be able to see you right away, probably. At least you'll be safe. What do you mean by that?
I figured that it would probably be safest to keep my distance until things kind of calm down a little bit, just to keep from drawing suspicion.
After,
Right, like, if she ended up, if she was, suddenly dead and then we have an open relationship 3 days later, then people would wonder, obviously.
all right. And it'll be worth it in the end. What do you mean by that?
The worth it in the end was a double reference. The fact that without her mother's disapproval, we might be able to have a real relationship, and also it was a reference to her not having to worry about being beaten in the middle of the night.
Okay. Now, those two letters I just showed you, this past one, 67 and 64, you sent those again to Ms. Waterman?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a response to your letters that you sent to them?
Yes.
Okay. Before we go in further, now you wrote a large number of letters, is that right?
Yes, I did.
They're quite voluminous. Okay. And how would you describe them?
I would guess it would be one part current events, one part whatever's on my mind.
Stream of conscious.
Yes.
And minus exhibits. First. Minus exhibit 64. You recognize that?
Yes.
And is that one of the letters you sent Ms. Waterman?
Yes, it is.
Minus exhibit 65. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that? Another one of the letters you sent Ms. Waterman?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Minus exhibit.
Sorry, that was 64, 65?
Right. Minus exhibit 66. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's another letter.
Okay. Minus exhibit 67.
Yes, that's another letter that I wrote to her.
Okay. Minus exhibit 68. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's another letter that I wrote to her.
Okay. Minus exhibit 69. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a letter that I wrote to her.
Okay. Minus exhibit 70. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
The same.
71. Do you recognize minus exhibit 71?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's the same.
Minus exhibit 72.
Yes,
And what is it?
that's a letter to Rachelle.
And minus exhibit 73. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Another letter to Rachelle.
On the last page, you write here, search party or something. Then let me know. I want to help out for you if nothing else. Unquote. Did you type that in there?
Yes, I did.
Did you send this last one here or not?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you sent all of these letters.
Yes.
What was the reference to this last part here?
The last part was just basic damage control in case anyone read it.
Okay. Now, plaintiff's exhibit 57. These have been previously identified by Trooper Claus, but do you recognize these as well?
Yes, I do.
Just a second.
I think he said 57, is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am, 57. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are more letters that I wrote to her.
Okay. And on the back of them, it says Rachelle with a, looks like a happy face on some of them.
Mm-hmm.
And who wrote that?
I did.
Okay. And what's that a reference to?
There's really no reference. It's just her name on the letter when I put it into her locker.
Okay. Did you ever have John Wilburn deliver any of your letters?
Yes, once or twice.
Okay. Did he deliver any letters to you from Ms. Waterman?
Yes, he did.
Also in Plaintiff's Exhibit 57, there's a handwritten letter. Do you recognize the handwriting on there?
Yes.
Whose is it?
That's Rachelle Waterman's handwriting.
Okay. Do you remember ever seeing this letter?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Here, why don't you read it over closely? Does that look like a letter you received or similar to ones?
Similar. I don't actually remember reading that one before.
Okay. Now, in one of the letters you typed and sent, or in Exhibit 57, there's this handwriting in here. Did you put that handwriting there?
The handwriting? No.
Do you recognize at least the spelling of that word there? Do you recognize who wrote that?
No,
Okay.
I'm not sure who wrote that.
Okay. Can you tell whether it was Ms. Waterman or not, or there's just not enough information there?
There's not enough.
Okay. At this time, I move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 57, Your Honor.
I would object. There's no indication that he has not identified the handwriting on that letter as belonging to Ms. Waterman. They've already introduced that letter in, or I imagine they're going to through other meetings.
Well, Exhibit 57 includes multiple letters. Perhaps we should take that up at the next break.
Okay.
Okay.
You said Ms. Waterman sent you letters as well?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did you say those?
Yes, I did.
And did you later give them to the trooper?
I believe they were discovered. I can't say that I handed them over.
All right. I'll show you some smart Plaintiff's Exhibit 51 since the machine gets on. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And put this. Who is this?
I'm sorry?
You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'll open it up then. You recognize the handwriting of this?
Yes, I do.
Whose handwriting is that?
That's Rachelle Waterman's.
Is this one of... Did you receive this?
I believe I did. I haven't read it.
Okay. I'll let you read it over. It's quite long. You just skim through it so you recognize it.
Yes, I received this.
Okay. One of the ones you received?
Yes.
Okay. So then you do it with just glance through each of these. There's 1, 2, 3, 3 more letters. You just glance through them.
Are the 4 letters one exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. They're all listed as Plaintiff's Exhibit 51.
I recognize all of these.
And what are they?
Those are letters from Rachelle Waterman to myself.
Okay. And you had these at your residence? Do
Yes, I did.
you remember how you got these?
Most of them I would pick up from her locker when I would drop off a letter to her.
And how did that happen?
It was for the I was there for drama practice in Craig,
Okay.
and just whenever I would have kind of an off minute, I would run down to her locker, and she would leave it open for me, and so I could pick up her letter and drop off one of my own.
All right. You remember if Mr. Wilburn dropped any of these off? Or was that a number?
I know he did once or twice. I couldn't say which letters they were.
Okay. And did you save all the letters she gave you, or?
Yes.
Okay. So part, just these 4 then?
You know, if I would have had to make a guess, I would say that there would be more somewhere. I can't imagine where they would have gone, but I thought there would be more than that.
All right. I'm going to show you one that begins. First page begins, once again, I'm done with my work early. I'm going to go over several pages. quote, I encrypted. Actually, I wish I could be with you. It consumes most of my thoughts. It will happen one day, hopefully not long after B-ball. I'm actually hoping my dad goes off his rocker and I can have reason for emancipation. It's a dream, I know, but it helps me get through today. What is it that, what did you take that to mean?
Your Honor, I would object to him speculating what Ms. Waterman,
What did she say?
Objection sustained. Calls for speculation as to what was going on in her mind.
All right. The reference to V-ball, you know what that means?
That would be volleyball.
Okay. I'm tempted to take a quotation hunting trip quotation myself. Guess what my mom is wanting me to do by threatening me? Go out with Ian again, and I know why. Because she figures when I'm with him, I won't smoke. Because he won't allow it, even though I'm clean, sober for a while, long while, too long. Also, since he's so controlling, she could have asked him where I am at any time, and he'd pretty know. Isn't that sad? I told her it's not going to happen. She threatened me. The hunting trip here.
Your Honor, I would have a 106 objection. I would ask that before they go on, that they read the next paragraph.
If you could, Mr. West.
Sure. Oh, I talked to her about government and.
Actually, that's not government. I talked to her about you.
Okay, about you and our night out.
Night out.
Night out. We sat in the ballpark and how we decided way back around when school started as friends. Hopefully after B-ball you could come over and just watch a movie. Is that as far as you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Another word, hunting trip here in parentheses. Did you add those or was that over?
No, I didn't add those quotations.
Okay. I need to. I moved to Plaintiff's Exhibit 51, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted. Is this a good time for a break?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be our long break, and I'm going to be meeting with counsel, so it probably will be even longer than the leisurely 15 minutes I typically give you for lunch. So we'll reconvene probably at about 5 minutes after 12, or very close to it. Please.
All right, so we are going to continue with Jason's testimony. It's in a different video, so give me one moment. And yes, in general, when I'm saying that Jason and Brian are both very disconnected, I'm referring to mentally disconnected in regards to them disassociating from the crimes that they've committed. They're so gruesome. They're so personal, right? Like they didn't commit these from a distance. They were up close using their hands, which is a very personal way to harm someone. So the fact that they're disassociating themselves so much mentally from the gruesomeness of it and talking about it like it's nothing is very disturbing.
Grant, I remind you that you remain under oath. Whenever you're ready, Mr. West.
Arrant, I'd ask you to look over here. And this mark is Plaintiff's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And what is this?
that's my computer.
And when did you purchase the computer?
Boy, Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of July
Of
of 04.
2004? Okay. And where was it at? Where'd you keep it at?
In my bedroom at home.
And was it there when you were arrested and the trooper searched your place?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, did you know Lauri Waterman prior to her death?
No.
And had you met her before?
She had come into the computer shop and we were doing a Dungeons and Dragons session at one time. I didn't speak to her, but that was actually probably the first time I heard her voice.
All right. Other than that one incident, did you have any contact with Ms. Waterman, Lauri Waterman before the?
I believe I saw her passing in the bank. I didn't speak to her.
Okay.
But that would be about it.
All right. Did Rachelle Waterman talk to you about what her mother felt about your relationship with Rachelle?
Yes.
And what did Rachelle tell you about it?
She told me that her mother didn't or wouldn't approve.
Okay. And how many times did she tell you this?
Oh, several.
Okay. And what reason did Rachelle tell you was the reason that her mother didn't want you going?
The age difference was the predominant factor.
Okay. Did you make an effort then did you have your open relationship then with Rachelle during this time or not?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hang out in public together?
Very, very rarely, apart from the computer shop in Craig, where we seen together anywhere.
And what about after the computer shop closed?
After there, we mostly met kind of clandestine, not really open.
And why was that?
Just because we knew that if word got back to her mother that she wouldn't approve, and it could cause more problems for Rachelle.
Okay. Now, how did you find out about the fact that Lauri Waterman was going to be alone at home alone on the weekend of November 13th and 14th, 2004?
Rachelle provided that information.
And how did it come up? I mean, how was it that she?
Well, we were always sort of planning or plotting, if you will, different scenarios, and I don't even remember if it was on the phone or online or what, but she mentioned that a good window of opportunity would be coming up when she would be going up north for volleyball, and when her dad would also be gone from the home.
Okay. And now, when did you all find out that she was going to be out of town on the volleyball tournament?
It was probably no more than 10 days before the fact.
Okay. And what was the reason for that you didn't find out until then?
I can't really speculate.
Okay. Now, one thing I forgot to ask. When you were trying to be with Rachelle and you said you had to do it secretly, did you join things so you could be closer to her?
Yes, I did. At the drama practice that I was going to, I mostly joined because she was going to be involved.
Okay.
Which later she wasn't, but I came and chaperoned a dance there. She asked me to come and do that because she was going to be there.
Okay.
Things like that.
And did you go to sporting events because of that?
I did go to one of the volleyball games, yes.
Okay. And where was that at? Do you remember?
That was in Craig.
Correct. Any of them that were in Kloak?
There was one in Kloak, but I was only there because I was working at the time.
Okay. Now, you testified that Ms. Waterman told you that her mother was going to be home on that weekend. Did she say anything else other than the fact she was going to be home that weekend?
She gave us the the way to get into the house.
Which was?
It was through a basement window. She said it was the place that she usually snuck out at night.
Okay. And did she say anything more than that?
As far as getting in?
Yeah.
Not that I recall.
Or did she say anything about that weekend being a good weekend or not, or what? Did she say anything about that?
Well, she said that would be a good opportunity, yeah.
Okay.
That was why she was mentioning that her mother would be home alone.
Okay. Did she say where her father was going to be?
She said, but I don't recall. I think he was going to be here in Juneau, but I don't remember.
Okay. And did you ask her for anything, any like schematics for the house?
I asked her for a basic layout.
Did she give it to you?
She kind of described what she could. She didn't, draw anything.
Okay. Did she tell you about how to get in or anything like that other than through the basement window?
Just the basement window.
Okay. Did you give that information to Mr. Radel?
Yes, I did.
And did he use that basement window?
Yes, he did.
Are you sure?
According to him, he did.
Okay. All right. And she tell you which basement window it was?
It was on the left side when you were facing the front of the house.
Okay. And she didn't say it was like somewhere else on the house other than the left. You're looking at the house.
It would be on the left wall.
Okay. What's on the left side of the house there? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. And did you ask anything about keys or anything like that, or?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. So that never came up?
No.
Now, when she left town, or excuse me, once she told you that her mother was going to be home by herself, did you contact Mr. Radel?
Yes.
And what'd you tell him?
I relayed that same information that Lauri Waterman was going to be alone in the house for that duration, and I relayed to him this very sketchy layout that I got, as well as the point of entry.
Okay. Now, who was doing most of the planning at this stage?
Radel.
Brian? Okay. Had you, other than the shooting plot, had there been any other ones that came close to where you went out and actually tried to go up to the house or go up to some place to do the killing other than that one? Okay. Now, who picked the night that it was going to be done, Friday night versus Saturday night?
Radel did.
Okay. And do you know why he picked that night?
No, in fact, I asked him why, and he said that Saturday just.
Wait a second.
Exception? Do we hear
Co-conspirator statement.
overruled?
Okay. And what did he say?
He said that I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about?
Why he picked Saturday versus Friday, I mean.
Oh, he said that just felt better to him.
Okay.
There was no real reason given.
All right. Did you make plans about getting together for that day?
Yes.
And when were you supposed to meet him?
I met him at probably about 6 in the evening out in Hollis.
Okay. And what'd you do there?
Well, at first we just kind of hung out and killed some time. We were waiting for the guy he was staying with to kind of be out of the way, basically.
Did you do something earlier that day?
Yeah, we went into town.
Okay. And so when did you first meet Mr. Waddell that day, that Saturday?
I believe it was about 6 o'clock.
In the evening?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. So when did you go into Craig?
Shortly after.
All right. And how long were you in Craig for?
No more than an hour, I would say.
Okay. Did you stay in Craig or did you go somewhere else as well?
We went to Craig first. We stopped at the clothes company so we could buy a stocking hat.
And did he say why he wanted a stocking hat?
Yeah, it was just for concealment.
Okay. And is that the only thing you bought in Craig?
In Craig, yes.
And then where'd you go?
Then we came to Cloac, and I don't really recall whether we went to the A&P there or Black Bear first, but we made stops at both.
And what'd you buy at those places?
At Black Bear, we bought just some duct tape and a couple sodas, I think.
Did Mr. Radel say why he wanted the duct tape?
It was for binding Lauri Waterman.
Okay. What else did you buy?
Then we went over to the grocery store, the A&P, and we purchased gloves, dish rags, and a couple flashlights.
And what was the reason for the gloves?
The gloves were to avoid any fingerprints.
Okay. And the towels?
The dish towels were to try to avoid any bruising or resin from the tape on her body, because at this point there was going to be no burning.
Okay. And then the flashlights?
No, the flashlights were just to see in the dark.
Okay. And what kind of flashlights were there?
Oh, just disposable, handheld. I don't know what they would be called. They just.
Okay. Do you remember what colors they were?
There was a white one and a red one.
All right. Did you remember getting anything else in Cloac?
I don't think so.
Okay. Any alcohol?
Oh, yes.
What did you get?
We bought a bottle of wine.
Okay. And what was the reason for getting the wine?
The wine was to help support the drunk driving scenario.
Okay. Now, whose idea was it to come up with all these items?
It was Brian's.
Brian's?
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you why he wanted them?
Yes.
Now, when you and Mr. Radel went into Craig and Cloac, where did you drive from? Hollis?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Radel living at that time?
He was living with a guy out in Hollis named Lee. I don't recall his last name.
Okay, so is that where you picked him up at?
Yes.
And did he have a vehicle of his own?
Radel?
Yeah.
He had a truck. I don't think it even ran.
Okay.
I'd never really seen him drive it.
So you provided the transportation?
Yes.
Now, after you bought those items in Craig and then Cloac, what did you do next?
Then we went back to Hollis.
In your truck?
Yes.
And what happened then in Hollis?
Then we just started getting prepared. He knew that he was going to be going into the house, so he shaved his head and all of his body hair just to avoid the possibility of leaving something behind.
And how long was his hair?
How long was it?
Yeah.
Well, probably about the same length as mine, but a lot more curly.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yes.
What kind?
He had a thick beard.
And what did you do with that?
I shaved that off as well.
Okay. And then he shaved the body hair off too?
Yes.
And did you help him?
Yeah, I helped him shave his head, and I did part of his back too, I believe.
Okay. And what'd y'all do with the hair?
I think it just went into a trash bag.
Okay. And what was the reason for shaving all his hairs off?
Just to avoid leaving DNA evidence in the home.
Okay. And whose idea was that?
Yes.
And what time did you leave the residence, do you think?
Oh, it was probably getting close to midnight, I guess.
Okay. How long were you there after you gotten back from Cloac?
Oh, probably about 3 or 4 hours, I suppose.
Okay. And other than shaving all of Mr. Radell's hair off him, did you do anything else? What else did you do there?
Well, he put together a little kit. Basically, it was some butter knives and some screwdrivers and just kind of whatever he might think he would need to get inside.
Okay. Do you remember, other than the butter knives, do you remember what else he might have had in there?
I didn't watch him pack it.
Okay. Did he tell you what he had in it, or?
I knew that he had butter knives because I remember him telling me that was how he took care of the pet door.
Okay. And did he tell you why he was taking the bag?
Yes.
And that was
That was just to be able to get into the house so he didn't hit any snags.
Okay. And how was he dressed when you left?
I believe it was just a dark sweatshirt, dark pants or sweats. I don't really recall. My mind was kind of all over the place at that point.
Okay. Now, at that time when you left, was Mr. Edwards there in the house?
Yes, he was.
And where was he at?
I believe he was sleeping by then.
Okay. Was he in his bedroom?
Yes.
When you left, did you try to leave quietly so as not to disturb him? Or you just leave?
I imagine we were somewhat quiet. I mean, I don't really recall that.
All right. Now, when you left, as you were leaving, did you take anything else with you?
We took a gas can.
Okay. And where was that from?
That was from the residence there.
Did you have anything else in the truck with you that you were going to need?
A sleeping bag.
And what was the plan that you had set up for that night when you left? What was the plan going to be?
The plan was to remove her from the house, and he was going to put her in her vehicle and drive out to the selected location that we had. Then the sleeping bag was going to be used, just kind of duct taped onto the bumper of my truck, so we could push it into or over the embankment.
Push what over the embankment?
The minivan.
Okay.
And it was just there just to avoid trading any paint, basically.
Okay. And what were you going to do with Ms. Waterman, Lauri Waterman?
He was, Brian was going to attempt to break her neck consistent with a whiplash motion.
Okay. And then do what to her body?
Put her in the vehicle and roll it down the embankment.
Okay. Now, who was going to get Mrs. Waterman?
Brian was.
And what were you going to do while that was going on?
I was sitting out at the at a rock pit a ways out of town, just waiting for him to show up.
That was the plan for you to wait there for him?
Yes.
Did he indicate how long he thought he was going to be?
He didn't.
Okay.
I ended up waiting there probably about 3 hours or so.
So you left Hollis, you said, about midnight?
Somewhere around there.
Okay, and where'd you go?
I brought him into Craig.
Okay.
At the dock there where he lived, just so, by some odd chance that someone might have been watching, it would look like I was just taking him home as usual.
Mm-hmm.
And he jumped out and I drove away to where I was going to wait.
Okay. So you didn't stick around and watch him leave or where he went or anything like that? And where did you go?
I went out to the rock pit to wait.
And what rock pit is that?
I don't even know if it has a name. It's on the way to Thorn Bay.
Okay. I'm going to show you a map. Identify certain spots. Okay. I'm going to show you Marcus Plains Exhibit 59. You recognize this?
I'm terrible at reading maps. Yes.
Okay. What's that look like?
It looks like a section of Prince of Wales Island.
Okay. And do these locations that have been identified here look about right, Craig and Walk?
Yes.
And where did you wait at?
Right here.
Right there, where it says rendezvous point.
Mhm.
And did you know where you were going to take the van to wreck it?
Yes.
Where was that at?
That was up. I'm so bad at maps. Clear up here.
The corner up here.
Yeah, it was just a few miles off the pavement.
Okay. So is this this area here was where you waited for about 3 hours?
Yes.
You remember what the weather was that night?
It was raining a little bit, not too hard.
Yeah. When you were waiting, what did you do while you were waiting?
Sat around, smoked some cigarettes, listened to my stereo.
Did you stay inside your truck the whole time?
No, I stepped out now and again just to stretch my legs.
Okay. And when you were smoking cigarettes, did you flick the ashes in the ashtray or out the window, or where? Do you remember?
Just out the window.
Okay. And the butts, what did you do with them?
Just flicked him out the window.
Okay. And did you wait there the whole time, 3 hours?
No, after about 3 hours, I started kind of wondering what might have happened to him. So I started patrolling the road between the meeting point and back towards Kloak. I would get about to the graveyard and then turn back around, and I went back and forth there about 3 or 4 times until I saw the minivan coming.
And about how far was the rock pit from the graveyard that you were talking about?
3 or 4 miles.
Okay. And did you, when you went out and then turned around and came back, did you stop again at the rock pit, or did you just go back?
I just went back and forth.
Okay, and you did that about 3 times?
About.
And where did you meet up with the minivan at?
It was a few miles from the rock pit back towards town that I saw it coming, and he blinked his lights and tapped the brakes a couple times, just to kind of signal me, and I turned around and started following him.
Okay, so were you driving the same direction as he was, or were you in the opposite direction?
Opposite directions.
Okay. And so did he pass you?
Yes.
Okay. And when he attached the brakes or attached the lights, was it before or after he passed you that he did that?
It was right about the point that we passed.
Okay.
When we both kind of went, oh, there he is.
And did you know what kind of van that the Watermans had?
I knew it was a purple minivan. I didn't think there would be too many of them around.
Okay. So then after you got the signal and you turned around, and what happened then after you got behind the minivan?
We went a ways on the road there, and then he pulled over. I jumped out of my rig and went over to talk to him. And
did he get out of the van?
Yes, he did.
And what happened then when the two of you met?
Well, I said, well, how did it go? And he said, I've got her. And he pointed into the vehicle, and there she was, tied up.
Did you look?
Yes.
And what window or what door did you look into?
The center window on the side.
Okay.
Where the door was.
And you were able to see her?
Yes.
How was she?
She was bound hand and foot, roped into the vehicle on the handholds on the back of the seats.
Okay. Was she moving?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. So what happened then when he said he had her?
We both climbed back into our respective vehicles and drove out to the point where we were going to kill her.
Okay. Who went first? I mean, who drove? Who was in the lead?
Radel.
In the van?
Yes.
Okay, and you follow behind him.
Right.
Now, when you got out to the area where you had where you was going to do this, what happened when you got there?
We pulled into it was kind of just a wide spot in the road.
Okay.
Pulled over on the side of the road. He opened up the side door of the van, started untying her.
Before you go on, where did you park at in relation to the van?
Oh, just behind it.
Okay.
Maybe 10 feet.
Were any of the lights left on?
I believe I left my headlights on. I mean, I probably would have, I'm sure.
Okay. Now, when he took her out, which door did he take her out of?
It was out of the side door, the sliding door.
Okay. That would have been the passenger side sliding door?
No, it was on the driver's side.
Okay. Are you sure there's a driver's side sliding door?
That's the way I remember it, but
Okay.
I could be wrong.
So he pulled her out of the sliding door?
Yes.
And what happened? Had he done anything before he took her out?
I can't remember if he set the garbage bag on the ground before or after opening the door, but one was laid out.
Okay. What kind of garbage bag did he put on the ground?
Just a black plastic bag.
And what was the reason for doing that?
That was to keep her from getting too muddy in places that wouldn't have been muddy if she had been in a car wreck.
Okay. And then what? You said he took her out?
Yes.
Do you have to untie the rope?
Yeah, he untied the ropes. The dish rag and duct tape bonds were still in place.
Okay. Did he have to pull her out of the van or lift her out of the van?
Yes. Yeah, she was so inebriated at that time that she wasn't really capable of movement on her own.
Okay. How could you tell that?
Well, she just was very loose.
Okay.
She couldn't even hold her own head up.
All right. Then after he pulled her out of the van, what did he do next?
He held her up on her knees and stood behind her, and then made the first attempts to break her neck.
Okay. And what did he do there?
It was he put his hands on her shoulders and tried to whip her head back and forth to break her neck.
How many times did he do that?
Half a dozen.
Okay. Did that work?
No.
So what did he do then?
Then he went for the movie approach,
Which is?
was just to grab the back of her head and her chin and twist,
And what do you mean by twist?
turn the head around
Okay.
to try to break it.
All right. And how far back did he get her head?
Easily 180 degrees.
Almost completely around.
Yes.
And did that break her neck or not?
I can't speculate whether the bones broke. I know she was still alive at that point.
All right. So then what did he do?
Then he laid her out on the ground
Okay.
because she was already so muddy at this point that it didn't really matter anymore if she got any more. And he took one of the flashlights and started to strike her in the throat to collapse the windpipe.
Which flashlight?
I don't remember which one it was.
Was it this one of the ones you bought?
Yes.
And where was the flashlight at?
They were both in my truck.
Okay. Let me show you what's marked for identification as Plan Exhibit 44. Parents may have altered it, but do you recognize it?
Yes.
And does this look like the item that he would have used?
Yes, it does.
And do you know which end he was gripping and which end he was using to strike instructed?
He held it in the normal fashion that one would use just to use it normally, and he struck her with the butt end of the flashlight.
Right.
Yes.
And how many times did he hit her with that?
Easily a dozen.
And where did he hit her at?
Right in the throat.
Okay. And she was lying on the ground at this time?
Yes, on her side.
On her side? Okay. And where was he at?
He was standing behind her.
Okay. Was she doing anything when he was hitting her?
Aside from some various noises that I would care to forget. Not really, no. I think she was beyond struggle at that point.
Okay. What were you doing during this time?
Well, at first I was watching, but after about the third blow, I couldn't. So
Third
I turned
blow
around.
with the flashlight?
The third blow with the flashlight, I turned around.
Okay. And then what? What'd you do?
I threw up.
Okay. And did you stay turned around from him the whole time he was hitting her?
Everything's kind of a blur at this point. I can't really remember.
Okay. And how could you tell he was still hitting her when you were turned around?
The sound was unmistakable.
Okay, you could hear it.
Yes.
So then what happened that you remember?
Well, she was still alive at that point. She was still breathing. And so then he just put his hands over her mouth and nose to cut off her air and waited.
Okay. And waited for what?
Waited for her to die.
Okay. And she did?
Yes.
How long did he have her hands over her mouth or nose? Do you know?
Easily 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And did she struggle or she just was lying there?
I I can't tell if I couldn't tell if it was struggles or just nerve response. She did move.
Okay. Then after he removed his hands from her nose and mouth, what happened then?
He checked for a pulse. I did as well.
Okay. Were you able to detect one?
No.
So what'd you all do then?
Then we picked her up, put her back into the van through the sliding door, and we knew at that point that the car crash scenario would never work
Okay.
because the damage was completely inconsistent with it.
So who came up with an alternate plan?
Yeah, just kind of on the fly.
Who came up with it?
I believe Brian did. I might have helped here and there, but
Okay. And what was the alternate plan then?
the alternate plan was to go up to one of the roads that we had checked out on one of our previous scouting missions, looking for a place to dump the body.
Okay.
And we were going to take her up there because it was fairly inaccessible, and use the gas can that we had originally brought just in case there wasn't enough fuel in the minivan. We used that fuel to then burn the vehicle.
Okay. So who took the lead in driving there?
I drove.
But I mean, you drove the truck.
I
the
drove
van.
my truck, yes.
Who drove the van?
He did.
And who drove first? Do you know?
He went up first.
And you-
and we stopped there, but for the life of me, I can't even remember what we discussed before we went up.
Okay. The two of you got out and discussed something?
Yes.
And then you got back in?
Right.
And you followed the van then?
Yes.
And where did it go to?
Then it headed up to the place that the vehicle was burned. I don't know if that particular spur has a name.
Okay. And what kind of the road? What kind of a road was it?
It was very steep, very rough, pretty narrow in places. It was so rough that parts of the vehicle were actually tearing off
Which vehicle?
of the minivan.
Okay. The truck you had, was it 4-wheel drive?
Yes.
So you were able to make it up fairly easy?
Yes.
So how far up did you go up this road?
Up to the very end. I don't. I can't really say how long the road was.
Okay. Was it still dark out?
Oh yes.
And when you got to the end of the road, what did Mr. Radel do with the van?
He parked at the edge. There was kind of a drop off there. He parked at the edge of the drop off and jumped out of the vehicle and took the gas can.
Where'd you park at?
I parked a little ways behind him,
Okay.
and I was just getting ready to turn around there. He started to pour the gas into the vehicle, and I started turning my truck around, and I heard him yell, "Oh shit!" And I stopped and turned around, and I couldn't see the vehicle anymore. It had rolled over the embankment.
Okay. So did you go over and look at it after it?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Radel at when it went down?
He was standing at the edge there.
Okay. And so then what happened after you went over there and you saw it lying down there? What happened next?
He took the gas can and crawled over down the edge and started to pour more gasoline into the vehicle,
Where at?
mostly on the body.
Okay.
Some in the back where the hatch opened.
All right. Was the hatch in the back open or closed?
I don't recall if he opened it while he was down there or if it was open when it went down, but
Okay. But it was open at some time.
yes,
And so he poured gas through that?
yes.
Okay.
And he tried to make kind of a trail of fuel up to the top again that could be lit and would travel down to the vehicle.
Could you tell whether the two front windows, the driver's side and the passenger side, were open or closed? You don't know?
No.
Okay. You just saw the hatch open?
Yes.
All right. And so then he said he tried to do a gas trail up to the top?
Yes.
And what happened then?
Tried to light it. It wouldn't light. It wouldn't take off. It was too wet out.
All right.
And so we found a roll of paper towels behind the seat of my truck. made sort of a torch out of it, and hurled it into the back of the vehicle.
Who threw it in the back of the vehicle?
Brian,
And where was he standing when he did that?
right at the edge.
Edge of,
The drop-off.
okay. Was he up on the, where the roadway is at?
That's how I recall it.
Okay, he threw it down.
Yes.
And where did he throw it? What part of the van did he throw it into?
He threw it into the back through the open hatch.
Okay. And where were you at when he threw it in?
I was standing at the top.
Next to him?
Yes.
And what happened when he threw the paper towel into the van?
The fire started to burn slowly at first, and I went and finished turning my vehicle around while he sat and watched the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came and jumped in. We waited for a few more minutes to make sure it was going to take off. And then there was a bright flash, and we knew that the fire had caught fully, and we drove away.
Okay. Who was driving?
I was.
Okay. And Mr. Radel was in the passenger side of your truck?
Yes.
And as you're driving away, were you able to see the van burning?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
It was very bright.
All right. Did you stop at any time, or did you just continue driving down to the main road?
To the main road, I don't recall any stops, no.
Okay. And then what did you do once you got to the main road? What did y'all decide to do then?
Then we started back towards town.
Okay, which
And-
town?
Well, towards Klawock first.
Okay.
And we decided along the way that the rest of the evidence, the leftovers, the leftover tape and gloves and that sort of thing would probably need to be burned as well.
Okay.
And so we headed out towards Hollis. It was a road that I suggested. I'd been down there before, down there to practice my shooting before hunting season.
Okay.
And so I knew that road.
And you drove down there?
Yes.
Is there anything by the area where you did it?
What's that?
Is there anything in the area where you were at that you stopped at?
There was an old burned out pickup truck. Some remains of what looked like somebody had been living there for a time, possibly. But it didn't look like anybody had been there for a while.
Did it look like, was it near the river?
Yes.
So when you drove to that site, what happened? What'd y'all do there?
Just made a pile out of what was left, poured the remainder of the gasoline on it, and set it on fire.
Okay. What is it you remember throwing in there?
Some wads of tape, dish towels, gloves, his sandals, which to this day I don't understand because he wasn't wearing them to my knowledge.
What about the rope?
And I believe the rope went in too, yes.
Okay. And who set the fire there?
I don't really recall.
Okay.
I may have, he may have.
All right. And the flashlight that was used to strike Ms. Waterman, where was that put at?
I imagine it went back into the truck. I didn't touch it after she'd been hit with it.
Okay.
That
wasn't one of the things you destroyed in the fire then?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then what was the reason for destroying all those items there?
Just to get rid of any further evidence that might link one of us to the crime.
Okay. And what did you do then after you set these items on fire?
We kind of sat around for a minute and make sure they were going to burn okay. And after that, I drove him back to the residence in Hollis and drove home.
Okay. At any time after Mr. Radel joined you, did he tell you what had happened?
He was real brief about it, and I'm having a hard time remembering it, what he did tell me, but I know that he went through the window, and I seem to recall something about him dismantling a pet door in the garage so he could reach the lock.
Okay. What else?
Bits and pieces. I remember him saying something about hiding behind a door when she was moving through the house, and Then he waited till she went to sleep and went into her bedroom, and that's where the abduction took place.
Okay. Did he say anything about what he did after he restrained her?
No, he said he basically just pounced on her, and she didn't really struggle much. Told her to get dressed, told her to drink a bottle of wine that was in the fridge. And I'm not really sure how he got her into the van, whether he carried her or told her to walk, or I'm not really sure about that.
The bottle of wine that you bought in Quogue, what happened with that?
I believe that was left in the vehicle,
Which vehicle?
the minivan.
Okay, when it was set fire.
Yes.
All right. Now, after you dropped Mr. Radel off at his place, did you stick around there or you just drop him off?
I dropped him off, and I just wanted to go home and go to sleep.
Okay. And about what time was it you got home, do you think?
Probably about 8 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after that, when was the next time you had contact with Rachelle Waterman?
It was, I believe it was just the next day, if not the day after.
And with the next day, do you mean Sunday or Monday?
I believe it was Sunday, but
Okay.
it
So if
may,
you went home at 8 o'clock Sunday morning, it would have been later that same day?
I don't recall,
Okay.
honestly.
All right.
I know it was very soon after, if not that day, the next one for sure.
And how did you contact with her? How'd you have contact with her?
She called me from the house.
Yeah, how'd you know she was calling from the house?
She told me.
Okay. And so she contacted you. You didn't contact her.
Right.
And what'd y'all say during this conversation?
Well, first she said that she noticed her mother was gone, and that the minivan was gone as well. And I said, well, yeah, it's we did it. It's done.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked what happened to the minivan, and I said that it had been burned. It was completely destroyed. And she expressed disappointment that she wouldn't be inheriting it.
Okay. And then what else do you remember about the conversation?
I asked her to do a last-minute wipe down, go over the railing on the stairs and doorknobs and things like that, anything that might have been missed.
Okay. Did she say that she would do it or
Yeah.
not? Okay. How long do you think you talked to her?
Oh, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you describe in detail what happened?
No, I didn't.
Did she ask?
That discussion took place online later,
Okay.
actually.
All right. So you talked with her on the phone, and then when was the next time you had contact with her?
It was probably that evening.
Okay. And how was that?
That would have been online. Instant
And-
messenger program.
With what?
With the instant messenger program.
Okay. And what did you all talk about there? Do you remember?
First, it was mostly just small talk. She talked about her trip, some things she had bought, how they did in the volleyball tournaments, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it came around to where she was curious exactly how things had happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her that I didn't really feel all that comfortable discussing it. I would just as soon forget all about it.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, that was fine.
Okay. Did you mention anything about you to tell her later or something like that?
I may have.
Okay, you don't remember now.
Yeah, my mind was a mess through that.
Okay. When was the next time you remember having contact with her?
It probably would have been on the phone at lunchtime the next day, just as she usually did,
Okay. She was calling from where?
from the school.
School. Okay. And what do you remember about that conversation?
Not much. It was nothing really all that pertinent to the case, just small talk.
And did you mention anything about her mother's death or anything about that?
After that, I don't think so.
Okay. Then was the next contact you had with her?
I just can't say I remember.
Okay. Do you remember having contact with her at the school that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did that occur?
I was at work, and she called me up, and she was just in tears, asked me to come down.
Okay.
So I was worried something had gone wrong.
Did she say why she wanted you to come down? Or
No, she just asked me to come down.
okay. And you were in Clark?
Yes, I was at work.
And so what'd you do?
I dropped everything and left.
And where'd you go to?
I went to the school in Craig.
And where'd you go to in the school?
I was into the office there. I went in there and asked for Rachelle, and one of the teachers there, I can't even remember what his name was, said, "Did she call you?" And I said, "Yes, she did." So they showed me into the office where she was sitting. She was with, I believe it was the principal of the school. I don't know the guy, but I think that's who it was. And she was just destroyed in tears. I was a little curious about what was going on, obviously.
Were you able to talk to her then?
We did have a conversation. I kind of played my supportive role for the benefit of the principal that was there, and then he left and gave us a few minutes alone, and the crying switched off like a light.
Okay. And did she say why she had called you?
She just wanted to see me.
Okay. And did anybody come in or what happened?
We spoke for a few minutes. I recall her saying, "I told you I was a good actress," and we didn't really say much. And then the principal came back in and said that she needed to go.
Okay. And did she go?
I'm sorry?
Did she go?
Yes.
And did she go with anybody?
I believe she went with him,
With the
but
principal?
I was already headed to my truck by then.
Okay. And you're talking about him being the principal?
Yes.
It could have been a teacher or somebody like that?
I suppose it could have been, sure.
Okay. You just didn't know who it was?
No.
It was a man, though?
Yes.
So what did you do?
Then I went and got into my truck, and I knew something was going on, obviously, that they wouldn't have just called her out for no reason, so they must have found out something. So I went down to the police station where my mother worked to try and find out what I could about what they knew.
And did you find out any information there?
She told me that they discovered the vehicle, and that obviously the body that was in it as well, except that she hadn't been identified yet.
Okay. And so what did you do?
Then I drove over to the Waterman residence.
Okay. And who was there when you got there?
Chief C, I believe, was there.
Okay. And what happened then when you got there?
He told me just to wait in my vehicle.
Okay.
So he went in and talked to the Watermans for a while.
And what'd you do?
I just sat and waited.
Okay. And how long did you wait for?
It was probably in the neighborhood of 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. And then what happened?
Then they came out of the house. Rachelle was carrying a backpack. She said that they were going to be staying with the neighbors while the house was looked over. And I went back to work.
Okay. You drove back to Claude?
Yes.
And when was the next time you had contact with Ms. Waterman?
I called her that evening, actually, at the neighbor's residence, and she kept whispering, don't call, don't call. So she was afraid they were getting too close or something.
Okay.
She kept pretending that I was her ex-boyfriend, Ian.
All right.
And so that was pretty much the last time.
Did you talk to her any other time after that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. The next day, do you remember her coming out to the school there where you worked at?
No, I don't.
Okay. Using the bathroom or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you work that Tuesday?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Now, do you remember the troopers coming out and interviewing you? I guess it would have been Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay. And they asked you about Mrs. Waterman's death.
Yes.
Do you remember what you told them about that?
At that point, I was still pretending that I had no knowledge of it, trying to salvage what I could.
And what story did you tell them then? Or what information did you provide?
At that point, the very first conversation, I can't really remember.
Okay.
I was kind of throwing things out on the fly that I hoped would placate them, which it didn't.
Where did you tell them that you were that Saturday night?
I told them that I was out with Brian at the house out there, but the version of events that I gave them was obviously different from the reality.
Okay. Did you tell them whether you had ever left Hollis with Mr. Radel?
Yeah, I told them that we had gone into town just to buy some munchies and things like that.
Okay. And once you got back to Hollis, what did you tell them you did?
I told them that we watched some movies and drank some beers and just kind of hung out.
Okay. And that you spent the night there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, later that same day, did you go to the trooper post?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for going there?
It's kind of hard to describe what I was thinking at that point. I mean, one part of me just wanted to be done with it, and another part of me still wanted to try and salvage it, and I kind of ended up somewhere in the middle.
Okay. And were you interviewed then, or just provide samples? Or do you remember?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Do you remember them taking something out, swabbing the inside of your mouth?
Yes.
Okay. What else did they take?
They took photographs of the bottom of my shoes.
Okay. And they do take fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And later that afternoon, did you make a false report
About
being attacked?
I'm sure. Oh, yes, I did.
And what did you do? What happened with that situation?
I staged a phony assault
And why did you do that?
just to try to shift the focus off myself, which I knew it was coming close.
Okay. By this time, did you think you were a suspect?
Oh, yes.
So when did you come up with this plan?
It was on the fly.
Okay.
It just kind of flashed into my head, and I said, why not?
All right. And where were you at when you did this?
I was at the school in Kawak.
Where at school?
I was down the side of the building near the wood shop.
Okay. What were you doing there?
I was taking out the garbage at the time when the idea hit me.
Okay. So what did you do?
I took a small serrated blade out of the wood shop, put a little nick on myself.
Where at?
Oh, up here in the neck.
Okay. How long was it?
Oh, probably no more than an inch or two.
Okay. And so then what did you do after you scratched your neck?
I went up around the side of the building, dropped my garbage bags in the place that I was going to say that I was assaulted, and ran into the gym to inform the principal that, there had been an altercation, which there hadn't.
Okay. So what happened then?
Then the troopers were called in. And
Or which troopers it was that responded?
It was Mr. McPherson here, and I don't really recall who else came.
Okay, 2 troopers there.
Yes.
And what did you tell them?
I told them that I had been assaulted by someone. That I can't even remember the exact wording I used, but the implication was that it was somebody that had been involved with the murder.
Okay. And did you describe the individual?
I believe I did. Yes.
Remember the description you gave?
Big guy, dark clothes. Could have been anybody. I don't really recall what I said.
Okay. Did the description match the overall physical appearance of Mr. Radel?
I suppose it would have. Yeah.
Okay. So then, what did the troopers do?
They took photographs and kind of searched the area a bit, and walked me down to my vehicle, and I went home.
Okay. Now, the next day, did you talk again with the troopers?
I believe it was the next day. Yes.
Okay. And during the initial part of the interview, did you continue the same story that you didn't have any information?
Yes.
And then partway through the interview, did you change?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell them then?
It was basically a half truth.
And why did you tell them?
Again, I was still trying to salvage what was rapidly becoming the rest of my life.
Okay. And what was the half truth you told them?
The half truth was that I had no prior knowledge, and that Rachelle had no prior knowledge, but that Ryan had kind of just pulled me into it at the last moment.
Okay. And by how?
I told them that he had told me to meet him out there at the road. Didn't say why. And
the road you mean is the one where you eventually took the van to burn it?
yes,
Okay. He told you to meet you there?
yes.
Okay. And what else did you tell him then?
I told him that I met him out there, and that at that point she was Lauri Waterman was already dead, which was also untrue.
Okay. And then what did you tell him happened?
I told him that we took the vehicle up the road and burned it, and I was again still pretending to be innocent at this point.
Okay.
So I believe I concocted some questions that I asked him. What's going on, what's happening, but again, it was phony.
Okay. Now, at that time, did you admit that the assault the previous night on you had been a fake?
Yeah, they pretty much blew right through it.
Okay. Did they ask you for some help at that point?
Yeah, they asked me to do to wear a wire.
Okay. And do what?
To go out and try to get a confession on tape from Radel.
Okay. And you agreed to do that?
Yes, I did.
I guess it was late that afternoon that this went through?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And they put a wire on you?
Yes.
And what did you do once they put the wire on you?
I went out, drove out to Hollis, where where he was staying with Lee, who was elsewhere at the time. I imagine they told him to be somewhere else.
Okay.
But he wasn't there. I can't even remember how many troopers and police officers were involved, but they were out in force.
Okay. Could you see the troopers and police?
I did at far behind me at first, and I believe there was one quite a ways ahead of me too, but I don't really recall.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out what I was going to say, so I wasn't really paying attention to where they were.
And then when you drove up to the Edwards residence, what happened there?
I went in and started talking to Brian, and he was very jumpy. He said that he'd been seeing cops, and that he believed that the home was being monitored. I asked him to come outside and have a cigarette with me, and I proceeded to try to get a confession out of him.
Okay. Did you stay there, or did you get in the truck and drive somewhere, or what?
We spoke for a while, and then he asked me if I would take him up to the top of the road because his brother was going to be coming to pick him up so he could go out to Thorn Bay.
Okay. So did you give him a short ride like that?
Yes.
Did you, when you were in contact with him, did you discuss about Ms. Lauri Waterman's death?
I tried to allude to it, but it was such that I was trying to phrase my own words, to be consistent with the bogus story that I had already told them.
Okay. Did you say anything about your involvement or Ms. Rachelle Waterman's involvement in it?
I don't really recall. I remember him saying that he didn't feel safe talking about it. He thought my truck might be bugged, and I'm pretty sure he suspected that I was wired at that point.
Okay.
But he didn't say anything about it.
So you can't remember what you said, but you were avoiding incriminating yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Attempting to.
So how long were you in the truck for, do you think?
Maybe half an hour. We got to the top of the road that leads to the home where he was staying, and stopped at the gravel pit just on the other side for a few moments, waited for his brother, and then he thought that his brother might have turned down the wrong road, the Harris River Road.
Okay.
So as loudly as I could without sounding ridiculous, I said, "Well, I'll drive you down there."
Okay. Did you?
Yes, I did.
And then what?
I believe the only person we saw down there was Mr. McPherson. And Brian was very sketchy at that point because he believed him to be a police officer.
Okay. So what happened?
We drove back up to the top of the road. I took him back to the gravel pit, if I remember right. Dropped him off there, and then I drove back to the Harris River turnoff to wait for the officers to come and tell me what to do next.
Okay. And did you meet up with the officers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, after your contact with the troopers that evening, where'd you go?
After that, they brought me back to the trooper station to retrieve their equipment.
Okay.
And I believe I just went home after that.
Okay.
I can't remember if we spoke there or not, but my next stop was home anyway.
Okay. Now, the next day, the police and the troopers contacted you again?
Yes.
Okay. And they interviewed you?
Yes.
And arrested you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, during this interview, did you give up more information?
Yes.
And did you give up all the information that you had?
No, I didn't.
Okay. What information didn't you give up this time?
I didn't give up anything about Rachelle's involvement.
And why is that?
I was still trying to protect her.
Okay. And, but you did tell them about all of your involvement?
Yes, it was closer to a 3/4 truth now.
Okay. Then they arrested you and took you to the Craig jail?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were in the jail, Sergeant Habib contacted you?
Yes.
And what do you remember about that conversation?
I remember that it was at that point I first discussed Rachelle's involvement, but I really don't remember how we got to that part.
Okay. Was Ms. Waterman's involvement, was that something that Sergeant Habib put into your mind?
Did he plant the idea, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I already knew that she was involved. I can't say that he would plant it.
Okay. And then when you talked with Sergeant Beebe, you discussed Rachelle Waterman's involvement.
Yes.
And then you were interviewed by the troopers
Yes.
and told them more about what happened.
Yes.
Okay. After your interview with the troopers, did you go out with the troopers to various locations?
Yes, they asked me to kind of reenact the night,
Okay.
to describe in detail how everything had occurred.
Okay. And you went out with, do you remember who you went out with?
I believe it was Trooper Claus.
Okay. Were there a couple other troopers with him?
There was another one in the back seat and another vehicle, but I couldn't give you any more names.
All right. And which locations did you take him to?
I took him to the scene of the murder,
Okay.
and then to the place where the evidence had been burned, but not up the 3012 road.
Okay. Did you take him to where you waited at the rock pit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And while you were at the location where Mrs. Waterman was murdered, did you reenact how she was killed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, what was the reason that you and Mr. Radel killed Lauri Waterman?
It was to protect Rachelle
From
her mother from physical and mental abuse.
And this was the abuse that Rachelle described to you?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for Mr. Arrant, Your Honor.
All right, so we are continuing with this testimony. We have 2 more sections to watch of his testimony. Give me 1 second to transition over. I do think that these 2 guys are more proud of what they've done, and that they've, in their minds, stood up for a girl that they loved more so than speaking in hopes of getting a bigger deal. Also, I'm sure that they were subpoenaed and told that they had to speak, whether they wanted to or not. All right, so let's continue with Jason's testimony.
Tell me something. When you make up your lies, are they all on the fly, or do you think about some of them ahead of time?
Well, most of them were on the fly,
Most of them are on the fly. So you do think about some of them ahead of time.
I suppose. So.
Did you think about lies that you were going to tell as you were trying to, how did you put it? Salvage what was going to remain of the rest of my life.
Some of them, yes.
You thought about lies to tell as you thought about how to salvage your life.
Yes.
At the time of your arrest, you were, 25 years old?
Yes.
This is a really brutal crime, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You could do a lot of jail time.
Yes, I could. I'm sure I will.
And actually, you stand a pretty good chance if you went to trial and were convicted of not ever walking out of jail again, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about that for a little second. You're charged with conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree, right?
Yes.
Count 1. I'm sure you've talked and you have learned about the various punishments that you would face if you were convicted on these charges, right?
Yes.
Minimum sentence you would face on this crime would be 5 years, right?
I'm not sure if that is accurate.
Meaning somewhere between 5 and 99 years, right?
Yes.
You're also charged with murder in the first degree, right?
Yes.
That's separate from the conspiracy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And that's punishable by anywhere between 20 and 99 years, right?
Yes.
You're charged also with murder in the second degree. It's kind of an alternative theory, right?
Yes.
Essentially, if you went to trial, a jury could find you guilty of murder in the first or murder in the second, right?
Yes.
Any sentences for those would run pretty much at the same time, wouldn't they?
Yes.
But not necessarily for murder one or the conspiracy, would it?
I suppose not.
And murder two runs 10 to 99 years, right?
Yes, it does.
You're charged in count 4 with kidnapping, right?
Yes.
That's also an unclassified felony. Even though you didn't do it, you are charged with it, right?
Yes.
That's punishable by 5 to 99 years, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So just in these charges, realizing that these two alone would be merged, you're looking at what, roughly 30 to 297 years in prison, right?
Yes.
Your next charge with burglary in the first degree for breaking into the home, right?
Yes, it is.
That's punishable by 0 to 10 years. You'll have to say something we can't hear you shake or nod your head.
Yes, it is.
Which, I can't remember all of these. You got vehicle theft and 2 counts of tampering with physical evidence, right?
I believe so.
And actually, you also have a criminal mischief in here too, right?
Yes.
You got vehicle theft, 2 tamperings, and a mischief. The vehicle theft is 0 to 5. Actually, all the remaining ones are 0 to 5, aren't they?
Yes.
All right. So these right here are what? 5, 10, 0 to 30 years.
Yes.
So you're looking at potentially over 300 years in prison for what you, for your role anyway, in the death of Lauri Waterman.
Yes.
And actually, you're getting a pretty decent deal compared to that, aren't you?
I suppose so.
You plead guilty or no contest?
Guilty.
Guilty. So you admit that you did it.
Yes.
You're pleading guilty to murder in the first degree, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And there's a cap on that of 50 years to serve, right?
Yes, there is.
There's no parole restriction on that, is there?
No.
So you might be eligible to get out of jail in 1/3 of that time, right?
If that's how it works, I haven't really researched it.
Well, I'm sure you got legal advice before you pled.
I don't know how parole works.
I'm sure that you were advised about good time and parole.
Good time, I understand.
And parole can reduce it off even further, right?
Yes.
So you can be eligible for release in 17 years, right?
I guess so.
You went into jail when you were 25.
Yes.
You might get out of jail when you're 42.
I could.
Given the actuarial tables, you might reasonably expect another 25 years of life. Right?
Okay.
You can salvage your life with this plea.
I suppose I could.
You're the one that used the term salvage, right?
Yes.
You're the one that said that you were looking to do whatever you could to salvage the remainder of your life, right?
Yes.
You're the one that admitted that under all these charges, you could go to prison for the rest of your life, right?
Yes.
You're the one that admitted that you could go to prison for the rest of your life and die in prison, never having again seen the light of day, right?
Yes.
And this deal actually salvages your life, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
You get out at 42 and you have a reasonable chance to do something. When you're a 25-year-old high school janitor Marine Corps dropout, maybe you could make a change, right?
Yes.
At 42, you might even still be young enough that you could still pick up teenage girls, couldn't you?
Argumentative, Your Honor. Objection.
It's argumentative.
At 42, you would be young enough that the difference in age between you and a teenage girl might be overcome by giving them booze and marijuana and cigarettes, right?
I don't think that's where I want to go with my life.
Well, not now.
No.
Well, let's talk about that for a little bit, because that's where you were in the summer of 2004, right?
It certainly was.
It certainly was. It certainly was. Rachelle Waterman at that time was 15 years old, right?
Yes.
You were 25.
I was 24.
24, sorry. 24. Now, you've made pains throughout this whole deal, whenever you've talked with the police, to say that any sex between you and Rachelle occurred after she was 16, haven't you?
Yeah.
You described in your direct testimony how you sent her an email on how to pose for you, right?
Yes.
And you got pictures in return.
Yes, I did.
And those pictures were taken on July 12th, weren't they?
I don't recall.
That you wouldn't dispute that date, would you?
I guess not.
And if those pictures were taken on July 15th, or I'm sorry, July 12th or thereabouts, Rachelle would have been 15 years old at that time, right?
Yes, you would.
So actually, you don't have any child porn charges up here, do you?
No, I don't.
You don't have any exploitation of a minor charges up here, do you?
No, I don't. So why are we discussing it?
Because you haven't been charged with that as part of your plea bargain, right?
No,
You're not going to get charged with that, are you?
I don't think so.
You're aware that sending internet messages to 15-year-olds on how to pose nude is a violation of federal law?
Yes, it is.
The FBI didn't come talk to you, did they?
No.
You're not going to have to do 15 years in a federal prison, are you?
No.
You said that your mom works for the Craig Police Department, right?
Yes, she does.
She's worked there for, what, about 11, 12 years?
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
She's a dispatcher,
Yes.
and she hears what goes on, talks with the cops down there, right?
Yes.
You ever talk with her about her job?
Occasionally.
Occasionally. She's put a lot of effort into planning this particular escapade. You watch police shows?
Some.
You watch shows on forensic science, on A&E or History Channel or anything like that?
Oh, maybe a little CSI.
CSI? You ever heard the term "the first to squeal gets the deal"?
No.
You were the first to squeal, though, in this case, weren't you?
Yes.
State showed a bunch of letters that you wrote, and we'll talk with those letters in due time. But you wrote all these letters to Rachelle, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You poured out your heart to her, right?
Yes.
You made all these promises. You're the only one for me, and I love you, and I can't wait to be around you, and we'll spend our lives together and all of this, right?
Yes.
You just sacrificed her so that you could salvage the rest of your life.
Objection. Argumentative.
It is. Objection sustained.
Let's talk a little bit about the statements that you had made to the police. All right?
Okay.
Kind of brushed over them a little bit. I don't know if you, I think you have this one, don't you? Let's have it. That's, yeah. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a transcript of your testimony. I've given a copy, I'm sorry, not your testimony, but a copy of your statement to the police from Wednesday morning, November 17th, 2004. I've given a copy of that to the district attorney. Is that what you hold in your hand?
Yes, it is.
Now, the first thing is that on page 10, can you turn to page 10, please?
Which page 10? The little page 10 or the big page 10?
Well, I'm sorry, I always refer to these.
Okay.
Because that always says pages, whatever.
Okay.
Sure. You see page 10 there where there's 4 pages to a page. The upper left one says page 10. Sorry. Lawyers always do things differently. You see it there?
Yes, I do.
Line 10 through 15. You see that?
Yes, I do.
They were asking you about Saturday night, the Saturday night of November 13th. The Saturday night that Lauri Waterman was brutally murdered by you and Brian Radel. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
Well, you didn't seem to remember a whole bunch of it earlier, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page. You said Saturday night. I believe that was the night I was out, hanging out with my buddy Brian. I stayed out in Hollis that night because I'd had a few drinks and it was storming. And I figured I probably should just crash instead of trying to drive home. That's what you told him first, right?
Yes.
Was that a lie that you made up on the fly, or was that something you practiced ahead of time?
That was on the fly.
That one was on the fly. Okay. Okay. But it was a lie.
Yes, I've already made that clear.
Now, a little bit later, I want to direct your attention to, again, I'm referring to the number of the 4 pages. Bottom of page 18, the top of page 19. Do you see that discussion in there in which you're talking about whether Ms. Waterman, Rachelle over here, has any problems at home by Investigator Sims, line 21 and 22?
Yes.
And down there, you start a discussion about some of the things that Rachelle had brought up about her dad, Doc, right?
Yes.
And there was a question as to how solid Doc's relationship was with Lauri, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Rachelle had talked at some points about maybe her parents would just get a divorce and she could live with her mom, right?
I don't recall that part, no.
I'm sure you may not right now, but you couldn't recall other things. You don't recall Rachelle talking about how there could be a divorce and I could live with my dad and I wouldn't have to have any problems like this.
Well, just a second ago you said live with her mom. Now which one is it?
I'm sorry, live with her dad. I meant live with her dad.
That I remember.
That you remember. So you remember her talking about I could live with my dad
Yes.
if there was a divorce.
Yes.
Now, maybe I'm just wrong, but if her mom and dad get a divorce and she lives with her dad, under that circumstance, wouldn't her mom be gone?
Yes, she would.
Wouldn't her mom be out of the picture?
Yes, she would.
Wouldn't her mom then be in a position where she's not around?
Yes.
And so there can be essentially multiple meanings for those letters, can't there?
There could, but there's not.
There can be multiple meanings for those letters, right?
Can, but there isn't.
My question to you is that there can be multiple meanings, right?
If you choose to interpret it that way, yes.
Objection. It's been asked and answered twice already.
Now, you also talked, if you look at the bottom of page 37, there were rumors going around the island at that point in time. And again, this is Wednesday morning, right?
I believe so.
There were rumors going around that you had been arrested, right?
Yes.
People were already starting to point the finger at you, right?
Yes.
And you didn't really like that, did you?
Not really.
Is that one of the things that made you come up with something on the fly?
Yes.
And you also said, actually on to page 41, that, I'm sorry, I was, on page 41 I lost my train of thought there, was that you were there when she broke up with Ian, right?
Yes.
You had left the trooper station, didn't you? You went and you told the troopers, hey, listen, Saturday night, I was drinking with a buddy.
Yes.
Then you came back later on your own, right?
Yes.
And you said, I was there when she broke up with Ian.
Yes.
And you said, and Ian got kind of scary.
Yes.
You didn't by any chance mean Ian Lundrum was scary, did you?
I never caught his last name.
You never caught his last name.
No.
This would have been Rachelle's ex-boyfriend.
Yes.
This was the one that you said you wanted to tear his fucking eyes out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So he's the one that you were talking about,
Yes.
and you'd met him.
Yes.
Did you know if the troopers had talked to him or not?
Not at all.
Well, I mean, kind of, man, I have no idea how you could expect the troopers to believe that Ian Lundrum was scary.
I'm gonna object, argumentative.
You need to rephrase it so that it's at least a question.
Very well. So you told them this so that you told them this story about Ian so that they would suspect Ian, right?
Yes.
Once again, to draw attention off yourself.
Yes.
Let me ask you something. Who should get punished more for a crime? A person that organizes it and leads it, or somebody that just merely follows along?
I can't really speculate on that.
Well, who do you think should?
I suppose the person that just follows along.
Should get punished more?
Less.
Less. Part of the way that you wanted to salvage the rest of your life is that you've tried to portray yourself as the person that just followed along?
Yes.
Did you think the police wouldn't believe you when you told them about Ian?
I didn't really know what would come of that. I told you I was already grasping at straws at this point.
You were grasping at straws,
Yes, I was.
willing to do anything to salvage the rest of your life.
I don't know about anything.
Well, you're willing to abandon friends and family, right?
Family?
At least friends. Somebody that you call a soulmate.
Yes. I guess so.
Now, the police talked with you about this, and you said, if you want to look at the bottom of page 51 there, page 18, line 18. Are you there?
Yes?
You said, I went around to the side of the building so I could walk up the hill to the dumpster. And I hadn't gone more than about 10 steps, and someone grabbed me from behind, and I got a handful of my hair and pulled my neck back, and I felt a blade at my throat. He told me that if I didn't stay away from Rachelle, there was going to be another accident. And while he was talking to me, he was running the blade across my throat. Right?
Yes.
So on the fly, you came up with the idea of where you were, that you went around to the side of the building, right?
Yes.
You talked about how you'd gone up to the dumpster, right?
Yes.
You made up on the fly the number of steps, right?
Yes.
10 steps. You talked about how somebody grabbed you, right?
Yes.
How somebody grabbed you from behind,
Yes.
and how somebody grabbed a handful of your hair.
Yes.
They pulled your neck back.
Yes.
You felt a blade to your throat.
Yes.
And somebody says, don't, or stay away from Rachelle, right?
Yes.
And he runs the blade across your throat.
Yeah.
So on the fly, you're able to make up 10 details pretty quick.
Yes.
Pretty accomplished at making things up on the fly, wouldn't you agree?
I guess so.
Then after that, you were asked by Trooper McPherson, do you know who this is? And you said no, right?
Right.
Because there was actually nobody.
Yes.
And
Made that clear as well.
I'm sorry, what?
I already made that clear as well, that it was a fabrication.
I understand that, but my question is there wasn't anybody, and you didn't go on to provide some more details. You said he let me go, right?
Yes.
Then he ran,
Yes.
and you turned around, right?
Yes.
And all you could tell was he was a fairly big guy.
Right.
Once again, you're making up a lot of details on the fly.
Yes.
But your details don't really jive, do they?
Well, they shouldn't. It was a fabrication.
So if it's a fabrication, your details don't jive with what happens? Is that what I understand?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Do I understand you to say that it's a fabrication if the details don't jive with the details of the fabrication don't jive with reality, that it's a fabrication?
I believe so. I'm not really sure I understand your question.
Okay. If the fabrication on one hand and you got reality on the other hand and they don't match, doesn't that suggest that it is a fabrication?
Yes.
In fact, would you agree that that's one of the ways that when this jury makes a decision that they can tell whether you're telling the truth or not is by whether what you say matches with the reality?
Objection, argumentative.
And In fact, if what you say doesn't match with reality, by your own words, it's a fabrication, isn't it?
In this case, it was, yes.
No. Your testimony today, if it doesn't match with reality, by what you have just said, it is a fabrication, right?
Or misremembering.
You just said that you can tell fabrications because the details don't match, right?
Yes.
You said on your testimony earlier today that you didn't remember a number of things. Was that to cover yourself, just to make sure that you can say, hey, I didn't remember, if it shows that there's a problem?
No, I simply don't remember.
You simply don't remember. You kill a woman in cold blood,
I didn't kill her.
and you were standing right there.
Yes.
So you did not lay a hand on her at all? Is that what you say?
No, she was breathing.
Not when she was breathing.
No.
So is anybody that say different a liar?
In this case, yes.
You participate. How about that? You participate in the murder of a woman in cold blood, right? A woman that never did anything to you.
Correct.
A woman that by all accounts was a decent and kind person, and you don't remember details.
No. Witness something like that and tell me how much you remember about the little things.
You talked about, let's go back to the fake assault incident, and you talk about what he did and how he grabbed your hair and he had a good grip, and then he had to switch his knife, right?
Yes.
He had to switch hands.
Yes.
That doesn't really make any sense, does it?
No, because it was made up on the fly.
Because it was made up on the fly.
Yes. I've mentioned that.
So, all right, let me see that I'm getting this. Stuff that's made up on the fly, that's fabrication. The details don't match. And it doesn't make sense.
Correct.
All right. Let's go to your statement on the next day. This would be the 18th. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Do you have a copy of that, or do you need one?
This one? Is this the last one?
No, it's not the last one.
It's not the last one. Transcripts. I don't know if you got that one. This is one of the troopers. 17th. 18th. The last one. Yeah, that's the 19th. Let me just give you that one. A spare copy just in case.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
With
I have a copy of the transcript from the 18th. Now, the troopers called you back to come in the next day, didn't they?
If I remember right.
Evidently, your fabrications on the fly had not been as successful as you had hoped, right?
Correct.
They came in and they talked with you about this, right?
Yes, they did.
And they talked with you a little bit more about what happened. And in fact, if you look at the bottom, page 9, kind of at the bottom, page 14.
Which page now?
Page 9, line 14. Trooper McPherson says that your injury is real and consistent with what you've described, right?
Yes.
He says it's a serrated blade and it cuts flesh easily, and one scrape like that should have left a much bigger cut in your neck, right?
Yes.
Did you not have the guts to go ahead and really dig the blade in to make the story seem real?
No, I guess not.
Just like you didn't have the guts to kill Lauri Waterman yourself, you had to get Brian to do it, right?
I can't kill anybody, no.
Trooper McPherson says, I'll be honest with you, I don't think this assault occurred. I don't think it happened. In fact, I know it didn't happen. It didn't occur. And you said, yes, it did, right? You go on and you deny. He says, it didn't happen. You say, no, I didn't make it up.
Yes.
Right? And he says, come on, look at me. We have witnesses. And you said, they didn't. Sergeant McPherson says, they saw nothing. Right? Later he says, I'm telling you, you made this up. This is line 13. And you say, no, I didn't. You keep denying again and again that you have made this up, right?
Yes.
You're trying to salvage what remains of your life.
Yes.
And in fact, Trooper McPherson tells you that it's a common clause for someone who's under pressure to try and deflect it. And he gives you a lot of reasons why he believes that this is not true. And at the top of page 12 on lines 2 and 3, you say, well, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yes.
Right? And he says, it didn't happen. And your response is, I did not do that. Right?
Right.
And he says, was it your idea or did you tell somebody? And you say, I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Right? He says, Jason, I know you did. And you say, no, you don't. Right?
Yes.
And then again, he tells you how what you say doesn't match the evidence.
Correct.
And again, you said that one of the ways that you can tell a fabrication is that the details don't match, right? He also talks about how it doesn't make sense. That's one of the ways that you described that you can tell a fabrication, right? And he goes on and he tells you about all these problems, and you admit that it bothers you that you're being accused of being involved in Lauri's death, right?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Does it bother you that you're accused of being involved in Lauri's death, or did it bother you that you were going to face the possibility of dying in prison?
Prison.
Prison.
Yes.
You didn't care about whether you killed her, did you?
Again, I did not kill her, and yes, I care.
Is this a funny subject?
No, it's not.
You're the one that's laughing. That's why I'm asking. Is this funny?
No, I'm just blown away by this. I don't know how many more times I can tell you that yes, I admit to this, that this was a fabrication. But telling me that I didn't care about her death is ludicrous.
You're the one that just sat. When I just asked you, do you care about being involved in Lauri's death? Did it bother you that you were being accused of it, or did it bother, or that you were thought to be involved with it, or that you might go to prison? You're the one that said that it bothered you that you might go to prison.
Yes.
I didn't put those words in your mouth. You were the one that said that, right?
Yes.
Because after all, you want to salvage what's left of your life.
Yes, I've mentioned that once or twice.
And so you talk for a while longer, and ultimately, after, 30 some odd pages later, 20 pages later, on page 29, line 14, Trooper McPherson says, so what happened? What's your role in this? And you say, I know what happened out there, right?
Yes.
Trooper McPherson says, okay, tell me. And you say, I gave the person responsible a ride.
Yes.
You didn't say I set this up.
No.
Did you? You didn't say I was the one that told Brian Radel to go do it.
No.
You didn't talk about how you had all of these plans.
No.
You said I gave the person responsible a ride.
Yes.
At that point, did you think that maybe if you just gave them a little bit, they'd get off your case?
That was the general idea, yeah.
You might not go down on murder one, but maybe accessory.
Yes.
You might be able to salvage what remained of your life.
Yes.
And actually on the top of page 34, line 2, you see that?
Yes.
Trooper McPherson says, all right, what's Rachelle's role in this one?
Yes.
In all of this? And you said, I don't think she has one.
Correct, I said that. Also a fabrication.
He said, are you sure? And you said, I cannot be sure, but I don't think she does. Right?
Correct.
And down there, and then a little bit later, he says, does she know what Brian did? And you said, I don't think so.
I don't, where is that?
I'm sorry, line 12 through 14. Does she know what Brian did? And you said, I don't think so.
Yes.
At that point, giving Rachelle to the cops would not salvage any of your life, would it?
No.
So it wasn't convenient at that point to give Rachelle to the cops, was it?
I don't know if convenience is any matter of it. I believe
It didn't have anything to do at this point with salvaging any of the remainder of your life, right?
No.
And so,
I believe
because it
is.
didn't have anything to do with salvaging the remainder of your life, you didn't give Rachelle up, did you?
No.
And actually, it wasn't a passing comment about Rachelle being involved in this interview, was it? You discussed it extensively a bit later on. You want to look at the bottom of, or middle of page 55? Line 7, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant McPherson says, you don't think Rachelle has anything to do with this, and you say, absolutely not, right?
True.
And Sergeant McPherson says, why? And your answer is, she's just not that kind of a person.
Yes.
Can I ask you a
Your
question?
Honor, could I read the next two sentences?
He says, why did she lie to us? And you said, I wish I knew.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You had said that your goal in this, maybe I'm mistaken, but you had said that your goal in this was that you could have an open relationship with Rachelle if her mom was out of the picture,
No.
just to save her from the abuse,
Yes. Because I loved her.
because you loved her.
Yes.
So when you told the police that you had hoped that the relationship would be out in the open, was that part of the fabrication?
No.
Did you hope that the relationship would be out in the open?
Yes, I did, but it wasn't the driving reason, no.
Why would you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody that wants to have her mom killed?
Because I still believed in the abuse then.
You believed in the abuse. Why did you believe in the abuse when none of her teenage friends believed in the abuse?
Perhaps none of her teenage friends saw the bruises.
Objection. This calls for speculation as to what the friends believed.
It does call for speculation.
If the testimony in this case was that her friends did not believe the abuse, my question to you would be, why would you believe it?
Because I saw the bruises on her body, and she told me about the abuse. I had no reason not to believe her.
You know teenage girls exaggerate. You don't have that much experience with teenage girls
No.
or girls?
No.
Was Rachelle your first girlfriend?
Close.
So as a 25-year-old man, you can't tell the difference between teenage hyperbole and truth?
I guess not.
You said, actually on the bottom of page 56 there, you admit that you still love her. And continuing on to the top of page 57, Sergeant McPherson says, you want this relationship with her to continue, don't you? And you said, I do, right? Right?
Yes.
And he goes on, he says, I think you love her, don't you? And you said, yes, I do. Right?
Yes.
Then he says, would you do anything for her? Would you lie for her? Have you lied for her? And you said, I don't think she was involved in this, if that's what you're asking. Right?
Yes.
And once again, at this point, giving Rachelle to the cops is not going to help you salvage the remainder of your life, will it?
Certainly wouldn't protect her.
My question was, giving Rachelle to the cops at this point will not help you salvage the remainder of your life, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Actually, Sergeant McPherson goes on and says, right after that question, when you say, I don't think she was involved, he says, well, I mean, like I said, we need to know if, whose role is this? If all her role in this was to say something off the cuff, like, if only someone would get rid of my mother, I could pursue my life and my relationships with you or Brian or whoever, not meaning that this would be taken to this extreme? Or did she go to Brian and say, listen, I want you to get rid of my mom for me, and here's the perfect time. I'm out of town. Dad's out of town. You can sneak in the house, subdue her, and get her. And you said, I can't see that happening.
Fabrication.
Well, you said, I cannot see that happening, didn't you?
That's what I said.
You said that about the second point, about her going to, at that time, Brian, and saying, sneak in while my parents are out, or while my dad's out and I'm gone, abduct my mom and kill her.
Correct.
And Sergeant McPheron asked, you see the big differences? And you said, I do, yeah. Right?
Yes.
You can at least see the differences.
Yes.
And further a little bit down on page 59, line 5 and 6, Sergeant McPheron says, you realize now the best thing you can do is tell the truth. And you say, yeah, it's actually a huge load off my mind, right?
Yes.
And he says, I can tell you look a lot better. You looked pretty burdened down. And Trooper Claus said, we were worried about you last night, right?
Yes.
So were your fabrications so effective that your face expression changed?
No, it was partial truths, remember?
It's partial truths. So you feel better than when you partially tell the truth.
Yes.
Yeah, approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
The state does have a copy of it. Let's talk now about your discussion with the troopers on the morning of the 19th of November, okay?
All right.
This is the morning after the glass warrant has been served, right?
Yes.
The morning after you've had a chance to try and get Brian to make admissions, right?
Yes.
And you started out, let's look at page 6, the bottom there, okay?
All right.
And you said, the question was, what did you guys talk about? Were you trying to do something? And you said, mostly we just wanted to try and convince Rachelle she needed to speak with somebody, like Child Protection Service, but she really didn't want to do that. Didn't that make your instincts go off that maybe this might have just been a bit of exaggeration?
No.
You said you'd known Brian since you were roughly 13 or 14, right?
About there.
You met him at a Bible camp.
Yes.
Did you pay attention to the Sixth Commandment?
Yes.
What?
Yes, I did.
Well, you didn't on November 13th, did you?
I believe that's been established, yes.
At that time, you were living, I think, in Hollis?
Yes.
How big is Hollis?
Not very.
Guesstimate.
200 or 300 people.
Did you have any friends?
A few.
Did you have any friends that were girls?
In Hollis?
In Hollis.
At what time? Well, I had one that moved away.
When you were younger, in high school.
Yes.
Did you ever know them to exaggerate?
I guess I never really paid that much attention.
I guess that's why Rachelle was your first girlfriend. Actually, on page 10, if you look at line 4, can you turn there?
Sure.
Trooper McPheron says, actually, let's back up a little bit. Let's back up a little bit to page 9, okay? You're talking about discussions you had with Brian, and about line 8, Trooper McPheron says, when in this process did the conversation turn from, we tried to get Rachelle to report this, to we need to get Lauri out of the picture? And you said, you mean like taking her out? And he said, yeah. When did that conversation occur? And you said, that conversation never occurred, right?
Yes.
And so then Trooper McPheron says, so you're saying this went on for a couple of months, and out of the blue, Brian decides that Lauri needs to be eliminated. And you said, apparently, right?
Yes.
And so he goes on, he says, you guys never discussed, we've got to get rid of Lauri. And you said, no.
True.
Then he goes on and he says, did Rachelle ever say anything like her parents were going to sell her into slavery or anything like that? And you said, she did tell me that they had discussed it. I wasn't sure whether to believe that or not.
Correct.
You knew that Rachelle was on the volleyball team.
Yes.
You knew that Rachelle was a pretty active girl,
Yes.
playing sports, running around. People can get bruised doing those types of things, right?
Certainly.
And so you see the bruises, and she says, my mom's hit me a few times.
Yes.
And you just immediately jump to believing her.
Yes.
But you didn't know whether to believe her about whether her parents were going to sell her into slavery.
Correct.
In fact, actually, a little bit farther down the line, you're talking about the bruises in page 11. It's line 10. Trooper McPherson says, now, did she come to you asking you what you should do, or did she just tell you about it? And you said, she just told me about it. She wasn't really looking for advice. I think she was just trying to get it off her chest.
Yes.
Just trying to vent. But you believed it was actually happening.
Yes.
Now, Trooper McPherson actually told you at that point that he really didn't believe the story that you had given the day before, did he?
Correct.
And he goes on page 19 on the top, and he says, actually the line, page 18 at the very bottom, what we don't agree on is basically when you knew what was going to happen, and I'm convinced you knew the minute you left Hollis that you left Hollis what you guys were going to do, and you said no, right?
Yes. I lied.
Fabricated.
Yes.
Was this something you made up on the fly, or was this something you planned out ahead of time
Made it up on the fly.
to try and salvage the remainder of your life?
Made that clear, yes.
And Trooper McPherson goes through some other matters a little bit later on page 21. You tell him, I'm not lying on line 11, right?
Yes, I did.
And he says, you did lie. You even fabricated an assault, right?
Yes.
And you say, I know, and I know that. And he says, okay. And you say, I know that destroys my credibility, but I'm not lying now.
Yes, but I was.
So even when you say you're not lying, you're lying.
On that occasion, yes.
On that occasion. Are you going to tell this jury, I know that destroys my credibility, but I'm not lying now?
I'm not. I would like to point out this is the first time I've been under oath.
So it makes a difference? You don't feel the need to tell the truth when you're not under oath?
I felt the need, but I didn't. I am now. I don't know how many more times I can make that clear to you.
Actually, you kind of concede the problems you have with credibility on the top of page 24, the middle of page 24, don't you?
Yes.
You say, I know line 9 through 12. You say, I know you guys have no reason. I know you guys have no reason to believe me now. I understand that.
Yes.
Couldn't you tell this jury the same thing? Because, I mean, you've got even more lies after that, you're dealing with.
Objection argumentative.
No, I'm sorry, this is his own words. He's sitting here saying that he was lying at this time, and he's admitting it. And so even based on his own testimony, a lot of this is...
You could just rephrase your question.
Certainly. You admit at this point that you were lying.
At that point, yes.
And so you have even more lies throughout this interview that we're going to uncover, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you tell the troopers at that point, I know you have no reason to believe me now. I understand that.
Yes.
And part of the reason that you're doing that is because you want to salvage the remainder of your life, right?
Yes.
So you could just as well tell this jury, I know you have no reason to believe me now. I understand that, right?
I certainly could.
Argumentative.
Now, part of your plea bargain involves you telling what you told the police on that last occasion, right?
Yes.
If you don't tell them that, that plea bargain can be revoked, can't it?
As I understand it, yes.
And in fact, the judge may look at your involvement in this case, and even based on your testimony, she may choose to reject that plea bargain, right?
That could happen, yes.
You officially have not been sentenced, right?
I have not.
You have a vested interest in making sure that this jury believes that you're telling the truth, don't you?
Yes.
You have over 300 some odd years of prison. On the one hand, we're making this jury believe that you're telling the truth, right?
Yes.
In fact, fact, actually, Trooper McPherson sort of anticipates this problem on the bottom of page 33, doesn't he?
Objection to the comment speculating as what Trooper McPherson is doing.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Are you there at line 8?
Yes.
Actually, let's go up to the bottom of page 32, line 24. Are you there?
Yes.
He says, now Brian was very forthcoming with not only what happened, but why and how, the mechanics. I mean, he basically held nothing back. He gave it all up, all of it. Now it's clear too, and you say he gave you his version, right?
Yes.
And then he says, oh no, Trooper McPherson says he gave it all up. And he says, here on the one hand, we have an individual who lies to the police in initial contact. First of all, an individual who participates in this, sits on this information for hoping for 4 days, or on this information for 4 days, hoping what? That no one will bother him, that no one will figure out what happened, right? I mean, you just hoped this would go away, that you wouldn't be suspected, you wouldn't be contacted, and you said, that part's true, yeah.
Yeah.
He goes on, he says, next, when he's contacted by the police, searching for the truth about the death and disappearance of a close friend, a lover's mother, he lies to the police. He tells them a bunch of bull malarkey. And that's actually what he says is bull malarkey, right?
I believe that was it, yes.
That's in the transcript you've got, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Step
wasn't sure if
3.
they edited.
What?
I wasn't sure if they could edit for things like that.
Transcripts aren't edited.
Very well then, thank you.
Step 3, he dreams up a phony assault to try and deflect blame from him. And when he's confronted about that, he lies about that and tries to lie his way out of it. That's at the top of the next page. Are you there?
Yes.
Finally, after being confronted time and time with the obvious lies he's telling, he gives it up. But he gives up a portion, just enough to save himself, right?
Yes.
That almost is prescient. It's almost trying to salvage the rest of his life, right?
That's not in the transcript.
It's not, but it's not too hard to see that that's the idea being conveyed, right?
I suppose so.
So Trooper McPherson goes on. He says, all right, he's doing what he's doing is cutting his losses. Okay, I'll give them this, send them running after Brian, and I'll be the lesser of the two evils kind of a decision. Right?
Yes.
Then he goes on, he says, will you stack all those up? What do you think someone in the jury box, what do you think these people right here,
Objection.
no, this is what he says, who don't know about you, have never seen you before, is going to think about what you're telling us right now?
I'm going to object on the reference to this jury. If he's going to quote it, fine, but I will object to the editing.
Are you quoting?
I am quoting, but I did say these people right here. I'm sorry. That the phrase "these people right here" was not in the transcript. That is correct. I'm sorry, and I will withdraw that portion. But the question is, when you stack all those up, what do you think someone in the jury box who doesn't know you, has never seen you before, is going to think about what you're telling us right now? That was the question you faced, right?
Yes.
And the answer you gave is, they're probably going to believe me as much as you do, and I understand that, right?
Yes.
So even if this jury does decide that you're not credible, you do understand why.
Yes.
You just hope that at least a district attorney
Objection.
finds you enough credible that you can get your plea.
I can't speculate on what he thinks.
When you hear an objection, if we could just take a moment.
I'm sorry.
Keep going.
Speculative on and argumentative about what the district attorney is going to do.
We'll allow it. Answer if you can, and I think you did.
Now, on page 37, line 5. Actually, line 5, she's talking about, Rachelle says she's going to take a volleyball trip and she might call me on her trips. And Trooper McPherson says, yeah. And you say, she just mentioned offhand that her dad had to take a business trip too, right?
That's what he said.
Trooper McPherson says, okay, so the opportunity presented itself, right?
Yes.
And he asks, when did you relay this information to Brian? And you said shortly thereafter, right?
Yes.
And that's when you guys resolved this is when we're going to kill Lauri, right?
That's what it says.
Judge, I don't know if you want to stop. I can keep going. We're about 2:27.
Good time,
It is a good time.
if it's all right for you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will reconvene once again tomorrow morning at 8:30. Please remember the admonition. I know that as we're into our second week of trial,
it's difficult to take time away from family and from work and from all the things that we ask you to do, and I appreciate your efforts, and I appreciate your following the.
All right, we have one more section of this testimony.
We were discussing yesterday all the ways that you were trying to salvage the remainder of your life. You remember that, don't you?
Yes.
And we had left off yesterday with your statement to Troopers McPherson and Claus on the morning of Friday, November 19th, 2004. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we had left off yesterday with the part in which you had told them at that time that Rachelle had just happened to mention offhand that while she would go to the volleyball tournament in Anchorage, her father would be in Juneau. You remember our discussing that at the end of yesterday's testimony?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about this volleyball tournament for just a second. Essentially, the Craig volleyball team wound up going to the state tournament because they won the regional tournament, right?
Yes.
And the regional tournament occurred the weekend before, right?
Yes.
So that would have been roughly then the 6th or so of November.
Somewhere about there.
Somewhere about there. So until the 6th or 7th of November, Rachelle did not know whether she was going to the tournament in Anchorage on the 13th, did she?
No, she didn't.
Okay. First witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is the 19th. Okay. Going to show you the transcript that I provided you yesterday. Would you look at the bottom of page 42, line 24? You see that?
Yes.
You're talking about the discussion to kill Lauri Waterman, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you are discussing this in your statements to Troopers McPherson and Claus, you're discussing this with Brian only, right?
Yes.
And you say that actually things kind of simmered down over the summer. It was like, it was like a flash in the pan idea that we had, and then we weren't going to do it anymore because Rachelle didn't seem to be having any more problems at home, right?
Yes.
And a little bit later down page 43 on line 8, Sergeant McPherson is essentially asking you, when you saw the bruises, what time of year, when it was in the summertime and all of that, right?
Yes.
And you said it was about that. It was while we were going out.
Yes.
And so you discussed this for a little bit more, and then on the bottom of page 44, you get to what really I think you described yesterday as your main motivation. Line 25, you say, I'm going to be in jail for the rest of my life, aren't I?
Yes, I did.
And you did not want to be in jail for the rest of your life, did you?
No.
How big is the cell you're in?
I'm sorry?
How big is the cell you're in?
I never had a tape measure in there, but not very big.
6 by 8 or so?
Roughly.
That seem. You got a bed bolted to the wall?
Yes.
You have a toilet?
Yes.
That's bolted to the wall?
Yes.
You don't have a privacy screen, do you?
No.
You got a sink?
Yes, I do.
A small little jailhouse mirror?
Yes.
Can you look at yourself in that mirror after you've told all these lies?
Yes, I can.
How many hours a day are you on lockdown?
All of them, except for shower.
You have to stay in that 6 by 8 cell?
Yes.
Do they strip search you after you get visitors?
I haven't had one yet. Not here in Juneau.
Not here in Juneau?
No.
Do you know if that's the policy for Department of Corrections?
I don't.
What's the food like in jail?
It's not bad.
Not bad?
Not bad.
Does it get kind of lonely?
Sometimes, yeah.
Do you have a computer there?
No.
Can you play computer games?
If I purchase them.
Have you purchased any?
Not yet.
You have another, 16 years to go, right?
About that.
Let's look at the bottom of page 47, line 16. You see that?
Yes.
Sergeant McPheron asks you, okay, at any time during the course of this, did she ever say anything like, I wish my mom were dead. I wish she were out of my life. I wish someone would help me get her away from you. And your answer was, she did say that she wished she could just be free, right?
Yes.
You go on and you say, but she never said, and then you get interrupted, right?
Yes.
You were going to say she never said she wanted her mom dead at the time.
Overruled.
You were going to say she never said she wanted her mom dead, right?
That's what I was going to say. It would have been a fabrication like the rest of it.
You go on page 48, line 3, Sergeant McPheron says, what spurred you guys then to start talking about the murder? And you say, we couldn't convince her to take legal action, but she was still in danger, right?
That's what I said.
Then at line 20, he says, but Sergeant McPheron, did you hope that maybe you guys would be back together with Lauri out of it's obvious Lauri disapproved of the relationship. And you said, I hoped, but I didn't bank on it.
Yes.
Well, I think we can see why Lauri would disapprove of the relationship now. Don't you agree?
Yes.
And then you ended the interview on page 50. Sergeant McPheron says, all right, we're off. We're off, just to be sure now, did you ever tell Rachelle what was going to happen? And you said no, right?
Yes.
You said you never told her and she was never privy to any of these discussions about how we're going to do this. You said not with me. She might have been with Brian.
That's what I said.
Do you have any reason to believe that Brian would come in and say something that would be wrong?
No.
And so Sergeant McPheron says might have been. Did he ever say that she was? You said no, but I can't say whether he did or not.
Correct.
So this jury can rely upon what Brian says about discussions that he had with Rachelle.
Objection, argumentative.
If you could rephrase.
All right. And that was at the point then, that was your statement. When in walks Mark Habib of the Craig Police Department, right?
Yes.
You said that you'd known Mr. Habib for a while, right?
Yes.
Gone out on some rides with him.
Yes.
How many?
Just one or two.
Why?
Because at one point I was actually interested in becoming a police officer.
Like being able to tell people what to do?
I didn't say that.
I'm just asking why, if that was some part of your motivation in becoming a police officer.
No.
When did these ride-alongs with Mr. Habib occur?
I don't exactly remember.
You knew him well enough to talk with him sort of in a friendly manner?
Yes.
He knew your mom?
Yes.
How well would you say he knew your mom?
I'd say fairly well. He's worked with her for years.
Worked with her for years.
Yes.
And up until he walked into your jail cell, you didn't think that talking about Rachelle's involvement would salvage the remainder of your life.
No.
But then he told you that Rachelle was involved, right?
I already knew she was involved.
My question is, he told you Rachelle was involved.
Where's that on the transcript?
Actually, if you want to look at the transcript, you can start at page, I believe it's 51, somewhere around in there. 53, I'm sorry. 53. On the top of page 54, he says, there's still one more person running free. You two have been scammed. You've been scammed. Bottom line, what about Rachel? Right?
That's what he said.
And then he comes down on page 55. He says, you two come up with it all on your own. Not happening. I don't buy it. I won't buy it. Right?
Where is that?
Lines 6 through 10.
That's what it says.
Then he goes on and he says, she put you guys up to it. Jason, she strung you out fast, right?
That's what it says.
Line 24, he says, she's all over this, right?
That's what it says.
Top of page 56, he says, you're not bullshitting me because I know you and you know me. That girl had something to do with that, right?
That's what it says.
So he tells you 5 times, at least at that point that we've counted, that Rachelle's involved.
Yes.
And at this point you realize it may be that if I give up Rachelle, I can salvage the remainder of my life.
Yes.
And so after he tells you, and I counted it out with him, it's up there, I think it's about 9-10 times. After he tells you however many times that Rachelle's involved, you say, yes, she was.
I admit to that, yes.
And now you're looking at spending maybe 17 years in a 6x8 cell instead of the rest of your life.
Yes, but there's no way I could have known that at the time. I'd never spoken to legal counsel, and I'd never been approached with a deal before I gave those details up.
But you knew that you might be able to salvage the rest of your life.
I knew it was a possibility.
It was a possibility. You didn't know how sweet it would be.
I don't know if I would consider it sweet. Spend some time in a cell. It's not sweet.
17 years in a cell is better than the rest of your life, right?
It would be, yes.
Now, on a plea like that, it actually has to be approved by somebody in the prosecutor's office, right?
I believe so.
They make it and then you agree to it?
That's how I understand it.
And you actually went to court and did enter the plea, right?
Yes, I did.
Do you know which district attorney offered that to you?
That would be Mr. West.
You see Mr. West in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black suit with a olive green shirt, wearing glasses, kind of a maroon colored tie.
I'd like the record to reflect that he's identified Mr. West as the person that offered him to spend only 17 years in jail for this particular crime.
I'm the one identified, but the last portion of it is actually entirely wrong. He's not looking at 17 years. I can go through the calculations, and the eligibility for discretionary parole, assuming they give it to him, would be more like 23 or 24 years, but I am the one that made the offer.
Then I'm incorrect. I'll put it to 23 or 24. At 23 or 24, you're still in your late 40s, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your testimony yesterday.
All right.
Let's talk about some different things. First of all, do you remember, before we get into that, let me just reiterate. You had talked yesterday about fabrications. You remember that?
Yes.
Fabrications are lies.
Yes, they are.
You said one way that you can tell a fabrication is that the details don't match, right?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how you went to see Rachelle at school on Monday,
Yes.
the 15th, right?
Yes.
And you talked about how when you got there, she was crying.
Yes.
And your testimony was that she could be a good actress.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you talked with her, she was glad, and then you left.
Yes.
So let's assume for a second, I think you said that the principal had come in, right?
I believe that's who it was, but I'm not really sure. I didn't know the man.
Didn't know the man. Could it have been Don Pierce?
Certainly.
If Mr. Pierce testified that actually you were really belligerent and refused to leave and kept trying to separate him from Rachelle, that would differ from your testimony, wouldn't it?
That would, but that's not what
And that would be different in the details, wouldn't it?
It would be different.
Now, let me ask you something. Who is trying to salvage the remainder of their life? You or Mr. Pierce?
Objection,
I am.
argumentative,
It goes absolutely to bias, Your Honor.
plus
It's overruled.
Okay. You are. Now, you said that after you went out to your vehicle After you left the school, you went out and got in your car and you drove to Rachelle's house.
I drove to the police station.
I'm sorry, you said you drove to the police station. And talked with your mom
Yes.
to find out what was going on
Yes.
in this investigation?
Yes.
Why would you talk to your mom about what was going on in this investigation?
Because I wanted to know what the official details were.
She'd learned that from other police officers?
I don't know where she got the information. I don't work there.
My question, let me ask it this way. She works with police officers, right?
Yes, she does.
You would presume then that she would have inside information that maybe not everybody else would.
Yes.
And so you wanted to find out that information.
Yes, I did.
So you at least are proceeding, on the inference, assumption, state of mind, whatever, that the police officers would be talking with your mom about the investigation.
Yes.
And then you went over to Rachelle's house,
Yes, I did.
and that's where you saw Chief C.
Yes.
And your testimony yesterday is that he told you to get out, so you waited in the car.
Yes.
And so if the testimony of Chief C or Mr. Pierce was that you left, that would be different than yours, right?
Yes, it would.
Now, again, who's trying to salvage the remainder of their life, you or Chief C?
Myself, I believe we've covered that many times now.
Who's trying to salvage the remainder of their life, you or Mr. Pierce?
Me.
Okay. You described a phone call to Rachelle on the evening of the 15th, right?
Yes.
You said you called over to the Pierce's house.
Yes.
If the testimony of the Pierces did not cover any phone call, their testimony would differ from yours, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Let me ask you this. You can probably figure out where I'm going. Are the Pierces trying to salvage the rest of their lives to the best of your knowledge?
No.
Do they have anything to gain one way or another by their testimony?
No.
Who has something to gain by their testimony in this case, you or the Pierces?
I would.
Is your deal contingent solely upon your testimony, or is it contingent upon a conviction for Rachelle?
I would have to see the document.
Do you want there to be a conviction in this case?
I'm just trying to tell the truth.
My question is, do you want there to be a conviction in this case?
I have no opinion either way.
Do you think a conviction would help your chances for the judge approving this plea agreement?
I suppose that's possible, yes.
You said yesterday that you had talked with Rachelle about this throughout September and October and November, and as time went on, she was getting more and more antsy. You remember that?
Yes.
And she was getting paranoid, right?
Yes.
And that you could tell. You could tell that it was having that impact, right?
That was my perception, yeah.
That was your perception. And I think you said that you met her in February of 2004 or something like that?
About that.
All right. Let me ask you this. Let's say that a friend of hers who has known her since, second grade comes in and testifies and says, I saw nothing different in Rachelle's demeanor before Lauri Waterman's death. That would differ from yours, wouldn't it?
Certainly.
And that person would have known Rachelle for a lot longer than you, right?
Yes. So
And her
she
friend,
obviously wished to protect her more than me.
well, her friend is not going to have any effect of potentially salvaging the rest of her life, is she?
No.
So if Stephanie Claus said, I saw nothing different, and you say that you did, there's a difference between yours and Ms. Claus's testimony, right?
Yes, there is.
All right, let's talk about Katrina Nelson. If Katrina Nelson said, I saw no difference in her demeanor and attitude in the months preceding her mother's death, that would differ from your testimony, wouldn't it?
Certainly.
And in fact, you're the one trying to salvage the rest of your life, right?
Yes, I am. And I'm glad
It
I'm
would
giving
not-
you such a fun phrase to play with.
You're the one that said it. You're the one that said it. And Katrina Nelson is not trying to salvage the rest of her life, is she?
No.
And if she's known Rachelle for a long time and she says, I saw nothing different, that also would differ from your testimony, right?
Yes, it would.
So now we have two of her friends. How about the Pierces, Dawn and Lorraine? They've known her since she since she was born. If they said, we saw nothing different in her attitude and demeanor, that would be different from what you describe, right?
Yes, it would.
I asked you this in another context, but in this context, would the Pierce's testimony be trying to salvage the remainder of their life?
Not theirs, no.
Okay, but yours would be.
Yes, it would.
All right, let's talk about Amanda Voslow. If Amanda Voslow came in and said, I saw nothing different in Rachelle's demeanor, that would be different from your testimony, right?
Yes, it would.
I probably don't need to ask you, but I'll ask you just in case to make sure that we don't leave any stone unturned. Between you and Amanda Voslow, you're the one that's trying to salvage the remainder of your life, right?
Yes.
How about Ian Lindrum? You know Ian.
Yes.
You don't like Ian, do you?
No, it's pretty mutual.
Pretty mutual. If Ian says, I didn't see any difference, that would be different from your testimony, right?
Yes, it would.
Ian's not trying to salvage the remainder of his life, is he?
Just Rachelle's.
He's not trying to salvage the remainder of his life, is he?
No, he's not.
How about John Wilburn? You know him, don't you?
Absolutely.
You gave him porn, didn't you, to deliver messages to Rachelle, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
He was 14 years old.
I believe so.
Do you think it's appropriate for a 25-year-old man to give a 14-year-old boy hardcore pornography?
He asked.
My question is, do you think it's appropriate for a 25-year-old man to give a 14-year-old boy hardcore pornography?
No. Is that one of my charges?
I asked if it was appropriate.
And I said no.
Now, if Mr. Wilburn said he saw no difference in Rachelle's demeanor in the months before her mother's death, that would differ from your testimony, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
And because it differs from your testimony, one of the things the jury can do in deciding who is telling the truth is figure out who has motivation to lie, right?
They certainly could.
And out of the two of you, between you and John Wilburn, you are trying to salvage the remainder of your life, right?
Yes.
I want to talk a bit about getting into the house. Okay?
All right.
You said yesterday in your testimony that Rachelle had provided sketchy details.
Yes.
What kind of details would you consider sketchy?
Just a basic layout, which you could remember.
Do you think it's important if you're providing sketchy details and the goal is to abduct Lauri Waterman to say where she's going to be?
Yes.
Do you think it would be included in the sketchy details to say Lauri Waterman would be on the 3rd floor of the house?
I don't really recall at this point.
My question to you is, do you think if the goal is to kidnap and abduct Lauri Waterman, it's important to say she would be on the 3rd floor of the house?
Yes.
And so that would be information that you would want to get to Mr. Radel, right?
Yes.
That would be information you'd want to get from Ms. Waterman, right? From Rachelle. And so if Brian Radel says, I walked into the house blind, I didn't know whether there were 2 floors or 3 floors, it would be different from your testimony, right?
That would be different.
Do you know Brian Radel's plea agreement?
I don't know it, no.
If Brian Radel is going to get subject to the maximum punishment allowed by law, his testimony is not really going to potentially save him any time, is it?
No, it's not.
So if his testimony won't save him any time, who then is trying to salvage the remainder of their life? You or Mr. Radel?
I am.
You are. You are. You talk about sketchy details. Does sketchy details mean where the kitchen would be, where you might be able to find some wine in the house if it's there?
I already told you I don't recall.
You don't recall.
No. It's been over a year ago.
You're plotting one of the most hideous, gruesome deaths I have ever had the misfortune to deal with in my career, and you don't remember?
If you could please rephrase.
Sure. You are plotting a hideous and gruesome death for Lauri Waterman, and you don't remember the conversations that you have with Mr. Radel.
No.
You remember how we talked about one of the ways yesterday, it's still up there, one of the ways that you can tell a fabrication is that it doesn't make sense?
Yes.
Do you think it makes sense that you can't remember what you were talking about when you were planning?
Yes.
That you can remember all the details that incriminate Rachelle, but you can't remember all the details when your story falls apart. Do you think that that's problematic for this jury?
I suppose it would be. I can't speculate on the minds of 12 people I've never met.
What else, if you remember, what else did you talk about with Mr. Radel about the layout of the house?
I don't recall.
Did you talk about the cat door?
No.
Did you talk about the 3 floors?
No.
Did you talk about how there's a garage and where you can go from the garage up the stairs to the 2nd floor?
No.
Did you talk about how Rochelle's room is on the 2nd floor?
That I believe I did tell him, yes.
You knew that because you went and stood outside her window one morning at 2:30 in the morning, right?
No, it's because I'd been into her bedroom before.
So you're denying that you stood outside her window at 2:30 in the morning?
Yes, but that's why I knew where it was.
We'll get to that later.
All right.
We'll get to that later. Did you tell him where Jeffrey's bedroom was?
No.
Did you tell him where the TV was?
I didn't even know where the TV was.
It's in the living room right as you walk past and see Rochelle's room.
I didn't go there to watch TV.
Did you tell him where the kitchen was?
I don't believe so.
Did you tell him what was upstairs?
I didn't know what was upstairs.
I see why you said that you got sketchy details.
Objection. Argumentative.
It is. Please limit yourself to questions.
Can you see why sketchy is appropriate in describing that?
Yes, I can. That's why I use the word.
Now, let's talk about entry into the house. You said on your testimony yesterday that Rachelle had said she would get in and out of the garage window.
Yes.
And you said that that was clear. You knew that certainly.
Yes.
And that if you're looking at the front of the house, it was on the left-hand side, right?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And that, well, here, hang on just a second. If I could have the court's indulgence for just a few seconds, Your Honor. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit G. A copy of this has been shown to counsel. Can you all see that back there? I want to make sure everybody can see. This is the front of the Waterman house, right?
I can't really see it. Yes.
All right, and so this is the front door, right?
Yes.
This is the door that goes into the main door that goes into the garage,
Yes.
right? And here are the 2 car doors,
Yes.
right? This is the garage.
Yes.
And so the door, the window that you're talking about. There we go. The window that you're talking about would be in this side, right?
Yes.
Can you mark that? Can you mark that with your initials?
I understood it to be around the corner.
You may dial another number now.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pate, Mr. Arrant's lawyer is on the line, or was on the line. I have a feeling that we've lost him.
I'll wait just a moment, Your Honor.
If you could.
I will. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now. Can you all see that? I know it may be kind of hard in the back, and I'm sorry, but we'll just hang with me. This would be the left side of the house that you identified, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so which window, can you just mark which window it was that Brian went in?
I don't know which window it was.
You don't know, just one of the garage windows.
Yes.
And these would be the garage windows then?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever see, I'm going to show, and again, I've also shown opposing counsel, Defense Exhibit E. This is the right-hand side, right?
Yes, it is.
Did you ever see any of those windows?
I've never been on that side of the house, no.
Never been on that side of the house?
No.
Never talked with Ms. Waterman whether she snuck out of maybe this window in the back?
It may have been. That's not how I understood it.
That's not how you understood it. Your testimony was yesterday that she told you it was one of the garage windows, right?
Yes, she did.
All right. Now, if I understand correctly, this plan involved not necessarily somebody sneaking out of the house, but somebody sneaking into the house, right? Why didn't you just get a key?
Because I didn't think about getting a key.
You may not have thought about getting a key, but if you're sitting there talking with Rachelle about how to get Brian into her house to kidnap her mom, don't you think that she might say, "Here's a key"?
Apparently she didn't.
My question is, don't you think that's reasonable?
Objection.
If she wanted her mom?
Objection is speculative about Ms. Waterman.
To the extent that it asks what might be going on in Ms. Waterman's mind, it is calls for speculation. Sustain.
Let me put it to you this way. If she wanted her mom dead, wouldn't it have been easier if she gave you a key?
It would have been easier, yes.
What if she told you, "Here's where the key is on the back porch"? Did she ever tell you that?
No.
Do you know what the key on the back porch would unlock?
No.
Did she ever tell you that all the doors are commonly locked?
No.
You know what commonly locked means?
Yes, I do.
Okay, it means that all those doors open on one key, right?
Yes.
And so if you had that key, it didn't matter whether the garage door was locked or the front door was locked or whatever door was locked. If you had that key, you could get in, right?
Yes.
And Brian Radel would not need a butter knife, would he?
No.
He wouldn't need a chisel, would he?
No.
He wouldn't need a crowbar, would he?
No.
He wouldn't need any of that, right?
Right.
And there wouldn't be footprints in the dust on the windowsill, would there?
No.
And there wouldn't be scratches on the door that went from the garage into the house, would there?
No, there wouldn't.
There'd be no signs of forced entry if you got the key,
Yes.
right?
I don't claim to be an expert on planning a murder.
So you have more experience than anybody in the courtroom.
Objection, argumentative.
Please refrain.
Don't you think that if Rachelle Waterman wanted her mom dead and she's plotting this murder, don't you think that her not giving a key or directions on how to get the key is a detail that doesn't match?
That would be strange, yes. I can't speculate what's
would
going
be-
on in her mind.
In fact, you said it would be strange. By strange, you mean it doesn't make sense?
I suppose so, yes.
And yesterday, you said that the fact that something doesn't make sense tends to show that it's a fabrication, right?
Yes,
It tends to show that it's a lie, right?
it could.
So the fact that you sit here and say, "Rachelle wanted my mom dead," and Rachelle wanted me to break into the house, sorry, Brian, to break into the house, but didn't give us the key, that doesn't make sense, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about something else that you said yesterday. You said yesterday that you communicated details of what happened to Rachelle on Sunday the 14th, right?
Sketchy details, yes.
Sketchy detail. Sketchy once again.
Shall I use another word? Vague details.
And at that time, her distress was that she would not inherit the van, right?
Yes, she mentioned that.
You talked with the police after you give up Rachelle. I don't know how long you talked with Mr. Habib. What was it, about 45 minutes, something like
I
that?
don't remember how long it was.
I mean, just a guesstimate. Would it be wrong to say approximately 45 minutes?
I can't say that it would be wrong, no.
Okay. And then you talked with Troopers Claus and McPheron for, what, about an hour or so after you talked with Mr. Habib?
Probably, yes.
Okay, and then after you talked with them for about an hour, you got into the car with Trooper Claus, right?
Yes.
And who else was in the car?
I don't remember the officer's name.
There's another officer in the car, right?
Yes.
And you were followed by a second car with a couple of troopers, right?
Yes.
And I believe those were Troopers Sims and Gilmore. You don't know?
No.
So okay. But so you were driving around then with 4 troopers after you had then talked with Troopers McPherson and Claus, right?
Yes.
And so this would have been, you left around, what, 4:30, 5 o'clock Friday night, something like that?
I think it might have been a little later, but
A little bit later? Okay. And actually, they drove you around. They bought you a cheeseburger, right?
I don't know how that's relevant, but yes, they did.
And they let you smoke cigarettes in the car.
Yes.
Generally, it's a non-smoking car, but you got to smoke cigarettes, right?
Yes.
And you drove around the island with them for, I don't know, several hours, right?
Yes.
And you were talking about what all had happened, right?
Yes.
And you were showing them, here's where we did this, and here's where we took the car, and just pointing out different places, right?
Yes.
And in that time, you never mentioned that Rachelle was disappointed she wouldn't inherit the minivan, did you?
Didn't come up.
You talked about how you had discussed matters on Sunday, right?
Yes.
But you never mentioned that Rachelle was disappointed about the minivan, did you?
I guess not.
Now, you come in, well, let me ask you this. You say that those statements were true because you've gone from 1/4 to 1/2 to 3/4 to find out the full truth now by that point in time, right?
Yes.
That's your statement. And so you're giving the full truth, but it's not in your statement to the troopers at that point, right?
No.
And I think that we can agree that that statement makes Rachelle look really cold-blooded, right?
Yes, it does.
And it tends to make somebody go, God, I just want to see her fry, right?
I don't know what somebody would think.
Well, you certainly had that in the back of your mind when you said it, right?
No. It was the truth when I said it.
It certainly is more likely to make the jury, to inflame the jury's passions and make them want to.
Objection. Speculative.
Sustained.
It doesn't match what you said with the troopers on the 19th, does it?
It doesn't conflict with it, no.
But it's not. It is an additional detail that doesn't match, right?
Correct.
Now, state talked, I guess is a better way to put it, about a bunch of letters that you wrote to Rachelle.
Yes.
There was a letter that was not addressed yesterday, and I want to talk about it.
All right.
It's a letter that's not in evidence, but it's a letter that you wrote to Rachelle asking to resume the relationship after she'd broken it off. Do you remember that letter?
No.
Did you ever write such a letter?
No, I didn't.
You never wrote it.
I don't recall that at all.
You don't recall her breaking things off?
No.
Let me ask you something. If Trooper Claus testified, you know who Trooper Claus is, don't you?
Yes.
You see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black sport coat and olive pants, red tie.
Can the record reflect that he's identified Trooper Claus?
Yes.
If Trooper Claus said, on November 16th, I found a letter from Jason Arrant to Rachelle Waterman, and that letter was pleading for Rachelle to resume the relationship, that would differ from your testimony, wouldn't it?
Certainly.
That would be a detail that wouldn't match, right?
Yes.
Does Trooper Claus have anything to gain by saying that in his testimony?
No.
I suppose I could ask you if it would help salvage the remainder of your life, but I don't think that I need to go there. You talked yesterday that you got letters from Rachelle, right?
Yes.
You saved them.
Yes.
I think your testimony was that you saved every letter that she sent you.
Yes.
You sent her, what, 10 letters?
Something like that.
Or at least had 10 letters on your computer.
Yes.
You don't know how many she actually got.
I believe she got all of them.
I think you said that you put them in her locker, but you don't know whether she got them or not, right?
No.
You don't know whether she read them or not, right?
No.
And you had 4 letters, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about some of your letters.
All right.
You remember writing her a letter on the 29th and you said your parents got home today, all that time alone that was wasted?
I would have to read it again.
Well, let me ask you this before. Do you remember discussing your parents being gone with Rachelle?
I would have to read it again. I don't really recall that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. You're approaching with exhibit.
I have no idea what exhibit number it is. It's one of the letters. I've shown this to state. I've shown the state. I think it's 63 or something like that. The problem is that the state referenced a bunch of letters, and I don't know which one this one is in particular. But the state.
This is one of the
Yes.
letters that was introduced yesterday.
It was letters that was identified yesterday. It's
Yesterday.
It's going to be probably admitted, I would imagine, later today.
Okay.
May I approach? Oops.
Yes.
I ask if you read that, finally to yourself, just that first section that's highlighted.
All right.
Okay? Didn't you talk sometimes about when when your parents would be gone, that you and Rachelle and maybe some other people could get together and drink and maybe smoke cigarettes or weed or whatever?
Oh, probably.
You had code words in your letter for different things, right?
I don't really recall. Could you be more specific?
You talked yesterday about how, I said, the plan or your mom being gone, and that was code words for other things, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have code words for talking about ways that you could sneak out and maybe be together?
Could you be more specific?
Didn't you ever talk about hunting trip in terms of going out to a cabin that you had access to and smoking and drinking?
I don't recall that, no.
You don't recall that?
No, I don't.
So it could have happened, you just don't recall.
It could have, but I don't recall it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. You've shown it to Mr. West.
I've showed Mr. West.
Okay.
See the bottom part there that's in the highlights? Could you read that out loud?
And I guess I have my own little fears too. Afraid that you'll take matters into your own hands and be taken away from me. Afraid that you might just get tired of move on to someone else. Deep down in my heart, I know you wouldn't do that, baby. I really do. But like I said, I just feel lost without you. And it lets stuff like that slip in sometimes. Have you ever thought that about me?
So you are afraid that Rachelle may in fact leave you?
I was referring to matters into her own hands, being that she would kill her mother herself and be taken away to jail from me. That was the reference.
Well, the phrase right after that is afraid you might just get tired of waiting and move on with someone else.
Yes.
Those are fairly substantially different ideas, aren't they?
Yes.
On the one hand, you have supposedly murder, and on the other hand, going to somebody else, right?
Yes.
That was in the letter from September 29th. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the date. No.
Would you have any reason to disbelieve that?
No.
All right. Well, that's been marked as, or identified as some exhibit number. I don't know. That's a letter to Shell number 4, right?
Yes.
What are the dates? What's the first date on the top line there? Would you read that, please?
That's 10/11/04.
10/11/04. Can you read that? Can you read that line that's highlighted?
It was so nice to be able to talk to you for so long today. I wish it never had to end, since a face-to-face seems a near impossibility these days.
Face-to-face seems near impossible these days.
Yes.
I would ask, and this is on page 1143 for the benefit of counsel. Can you, this is actually fairly long, but can you read down to where it says still and there's the 3 dots from the highlighted portion on down?
To where it says, where? I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, down, just below this highlighted portion, it says still, ...
So from the top.
From the highlighted portion.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to hear what crazy and very stupid thing I did. I ended up parking my truck on the back side of the mall and decided to take a walk down the trail to your house. I circled around back and half climbed the steps to the back side, right where your window is. At least I think it's yours. That would have made things kind of awkward if it wasn't, and I did what I was planning to do. My hand was about 2 inches from the glass before I stopped myself for a couple of reasons. One, I wasn't 100% sure it really was your window. Very sure, but not totally sure. I kind of doubt your parents have the same car poster on the wall as you do. 2, it would be pretty selfish of me to wake you up at like 2:30 in the morning when you have school tomorrow just so I can say hi. 3, I'm not entirely sure how you would have reacted. You might have been angry with me, very angry. So yeah, higher brain function stepped in and saved the day. It's not like I was going over there expecting anything. I just wanted to see you, even if just for a couple of seconds. Also, what were all those lights coming from your room? They're really muted, but they would change in intensity like it was coming from your computer monitor, screensaver or something. Just curious. I know it was a really dumb thing to even think about, and you don't have to tell me that. I just wanted to see you so bad. Are you mad at me? I don't blame you if you are. I mean, as I collected myself and started walking away, I actually thought, Jesus, Jason, that's the kind of thing Rat Boy would do. That thought made me sick to my stomach. I mean, if you were expecting me or I knew beforehand that you wouldn't mind, that'd be different. But this, I'm really disgusted with myself right now. It's not like I was trying to sneak a peek at you since I know you sleep not wearing much. It wasn't that at all, but still.
Thank you. May I approach Your Honor and review that?
Yes.
So in this letter, you describe going over to her house at 2:30 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And sitting outside her window, right?
Yes.
When she's asleep,
Yes.
and watching her sleep.
I couldn't see in, no.
You said you wanted to go in because you knew she didn't wear very much when she slept, right?
That's not what it said.
Not like I was trying to sneak, but I know at you, since I know you sleep not wearing much, it wasn't that at all, but, right?
Yes.
You said that sounds just like Rat Boy.
Yes.
Who's Rat Boy?
I don't know what his name is. That's
Well, you
just what
refer
he
to
was
him.
That's just what he was referred to by Rachelle. That's her
Okay.
nickname for him.
Rat Boy worked at Papa's Pizza, didn't he?
No.
He washed the dishes at Papa's Pizza.
I knew that he worked at Dockside, but I didn't know that he worked at Papa's.
Okay. He was a stalker, wasn't he?
Yes, he
He was a
was.
stalker of Rachelle, right?
Yes, he was.
I think you would agree that showing up at somebody's house at 2:30 in the morning and looking in their room, you say that sounds like something that a stalker would do, right?
Yes.
Do you know many stalkers or know of them?
No.
It's pretty disturbing, don't you think?
I suppose it would be, yes.
Stalkers don't really take no for an answer, do they?
No.
They don't really seem to see what's going on around them, do they?
No.
Objection, relevance of getting into stalking.
I think it's highly relevant, Your Honor.
Well, if you could lay foundation as to opinion testimony by this witness as to what stalkers do.
Okay. It's all right. I'll move on for in just a second. 39. Going back. Yeah. You know me. I never go in a linear way. Top paragraph. Yeah. Yeah, the top paragraph. Give me just a second to get. If I could have just a second, please.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of pages of another letter. This one's from letter for Shell 3, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the date on that one?
10/6/04.
I'm going to show you page 1139 of the district. Can you please read the top paragraph that's highlighted?
You pretty much consumed my every thought, babe. Even when I was sitting here with John playing games, I don't think there was one single moment where I wasn't wondering what you were doing then, or how you were feeling, or if you were thinking about me too. To tell the truth, I'm not sure if that's entirely healthy, but I just don't care. You're on my mind and you're here to stay.
You admit that that's not healthy, right?
Well, I'm not a psychologist.
It's your words.
Yes, they are.
You said, I'm not sure that that's healthy to have such an inordinate obsession, right?
I'm not sure, no.
And that's the word actually that you used, wasn't it? Was, I'm sorry, consume my every thought, right?
Yes.
But there were some interesting problems with that, weren't there? I'm going to look at 1125. Can I show you from the letter from the same page afterwards, the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you a page from the same letter. Can you read the highlighted paragraph?
I'm still waiting for you to write me up some interesting fiction. Well, fiction, or just how you might want things to go if conditions were better than they are now. Don't think I forgot about that now.
Now, in the letters that you wrote a lot of fiction to Rachelle, didn't you?
Yes.
A lot of fantasies, right?
She told me she enjoyed that sort of thing.
You wrote a lot of fantasies, right?
Yes, I did.
And a lot of them were sexual fantasies.
Yes.
Graphic sexual fantasies.
Yes.
And you're saying, I'm waiting for you to write some interesting fiction, right?
Yes.
And actually, if you look at the letters that Rachelle wrote, she never responded in that way, did she?
No, I suppose class time wasn't a good time for that.
She could have written them after class, couldn't she?
I suppose she could have, but
she didn't, did she?
No, she didn't.
Going to ask 1192. Here, I'll mark it for you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted paragraph there?
Oh well, maybe they'll just go, you suck, and I'll be off the hook. Remember that I only joined in the first place because you wanted me to, and now you're not even in it. On the plus side, though, it does give me the perfect opportunity to see you on a regular basis, if only for a few minutes. I just hope I don't choke when it comes time to do it for real.
You're talking about the play?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, the play starts in, what, late August, early September? Something like that?
Something like that.
And Rachelle says at the time, wants you to join?
Yes.
And then she isn't in it?
She didn't end up getting a part, no.
In fact, she wound up just sort of occasionally coming down and helping to coordinate some things.
Yes.
She wasn't there at every practice, though, was she?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's, I've told the state, that's part of another letter, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Can you please read that paragraph? I'm sorry, can you read it out loud? The highlighted one.
I would prefer not to. You're certainly welcome to.
Sorry, what?
You're certainly welcome to read it, but I would prefer not to.
Go ahead.
I would ask you to read it.
And yet, your presence sits just a couple of feet from me, tucked away, and it smells so good, and admittedly tastes incredible. Just that little taste on the tip of my tongue made me shiver like a crackhead, and your pictures are so sexy. I would love to get my tongue in between your thighs right now.
Now, when you say present, you're referring to a pair of underwear, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the police searched your house, right?
Yes.
And they took a bunch of different things, right?
Yes.
They took the letters that Rachelle had sent to you, right?
Yes.
They took the letters off of your computer.
Yes, I did.
They took your computer.
Yes, they did.
They took shoes and clothes and all sorts of stuff from you, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. They took a bunch of stuff from your room.
Yeah.
They did not take one single pair of women's underwear from your room, did they?
I couldn't tell you. I wasn't there.
You just described that you knew that they took the letters.
I didn't know that they took clothes. But you say they took that too.
You know that they didn't take, to your knowledge, they didn't take any women's underwear, did they?
I have no idea.
You discuss in these letters that you gave her marijuana, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it's a crime to give somebody under the age of 18 marijuana, right?
I don't know.
Don't know. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Actually, before I do, again, I'm sorry, but like I said, there's a lot here, and
You have the page, Mr. West?
I do.
He just showed me that page. I assume that's the same one.
It is the same one. I'm going to grab the front of the letter for date purposes. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Petty.
Power's out in Sitka. Why don't we go ahead and take a break? A short one. We'll reconvene at 10 minutes before the hour. Please remember the admonition. Don't discuss the case even with one another. Have no contact with parties, witnesses, or others. No outside investigations. Off record. We continue on record, and Mr. Radel, I remind you, I'm sorry, Mr. Arrant, I remind you that you remain under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Wells.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a portion of what's marked letter for shelf 5. Can you tell the date on that one?
10/12/04.
10/12. Now, can you read this top paragraph that's in highlights?
Hey baby, I just got home a little bit ago and I was pleasantly surprised to see you were online, so I dropped you a message. You didn't answer though and went offline a few minutes later.
Now, she's not in the play practice as much. You can only see her a little bit.
Yes.
You're saying that face-to-face contact is near impossible.
Yes.
She's not answering your messages online.
Well, that could have just as easily been a time disconnect on a dial-up connection. I can't verify that.
I'm just asking you if we are correct at this point. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've shown the State's Counsel. I'm going to show you a portion of letter to Shell 8. Can you say, can you read the date on that?
10/28/04.
And then, can you read between the two green highlighted marks?
So here I am, 10:30 at night, baked like lasagna and missing you, baby. What's a guy to do? Option number 1. I drive over there and wake you up, sneaking you away for a late night rendezvous. Option number 2, I drive over there and talk to your parents, making an impassioned speech about how much I love you and how keeping us apart will only keep them from their grandkids or something later. Option 3, I wait and hope and pray that you'll get on MSN later and remind me of my come and get me fantasy. Option 4, I sit here like a dumbass and accept it's not going to happen anytime soon. That last one sounds seriously sucky, and unfortunately it's the one I gotta take. Poopy. Shapes fist at the sky. Reality. You mock me with your cruel destruction of my fantasies. Reality's a bastard.
Destruction of my fantasies.
I'm stoned.
But stoned or not, they were still your fantasies, right?
Yes, they were.
And a lot of these letters, in fact, deal with graphic sexual fantasies, right?
Yes.
You didn't want to read the one portion earlier, did you?
No. It's embarrassing.
That's actually rather tame compared to a lot of things that are in there, aren't they?
Yes.
Do you remember when you were driving around the island with Trooper Claus
Yes.
and he asked you how all of this happened? Asked you about sex?
Yes.
You said that your sex drive was pretty much deadened by the time you met Rachelle, right?
Yes.
Didn't you write to her that if I don't have sex with you pretty soon, my brain is just going to shut off and drop me to the floor?
I suppose I did. I would have to see it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Would you read between that green mark and that red mark there?
So anyway, like I was saying, if I don't have sex with you pretty soon, my brain is just going to shut off and drop me to the floor. Well, maybe not quite that extreme, but it kind of feels like it. I'm practically quaking with excess sexual energy, more of a shudder, I guess. And don't think I forgot that you've never written me any groovy erotic fiction or fantasy. I'm still waiting for that, baby.
It's not exactly the words of somebody whose sex drive is deadened, is it?
No.
Rather than go into graphic detail, I'll just say for the court, I'll let the jury read some of the matters and they can go further. But I think, Mr. Arrant, that we can agree that the detail that you described of a dead sex drive and the content of these letters doesn't match, can't we?
No, we can't. Because I said it was deadened by the time I met Rachelle. That doesn't mean it couldn't come back later.
You said that you wanted this for love, right? Not for sex.
Yes.
I have one last section I want to deal with these letters before I go to another topic. You wrote to her and said that you had almost started cutting again. You remember that?
I would have to see the document.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show me the page. You want to read the paragraph marked in green?
I almost started cutting again. I was just hurting so much that I needed to feel something else, anything else, before it broke me. But I stopped myself. I stopped myself because of a promise I made to you.
May I approach and read that, Your Honor?
Yes.
What do you mean by cutting?
When I was an adolescent, I was a cutter.
What does that mean?
It means I cut myself.
Why?
For the same reason as I described there. Just to feel something.
You have scars?
Yes, I do.
Where are they?
I've got some on my arm.
Can you show them to the jury?
Certainly.
Objection, Your Honor, with relevance.
Relevance?
State of mind.
I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
All of these are about 10 years old.
Can you all see that? Can you or okay. All right. Now, I want to ask you a few questions about this plot.
All right.
Why did you want Mr. Radel to kill Ian Lindrum?
I don't recall that at all.
You don't recall in late August telling Mr. Radel that he needed to kill Lauri Waterman and Ian Lindrum?
No.
So it could have happened, you just don't remember it?
I don't think it did.
Don't think it did. If there was testimony about that, that would be a detail that would not match, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
You know that Brian went and threatened Ian, right?
Yes.
Told Ian to stay away from Rachelle.
Yes, he did.
That was in, late August, wasn't it?
I don't really recall the date.
Actually, the computer store closed in late August, didn't it? I'm sorry, middle of August, about the 10th, right?
Around there.
You said yesterday that you thought the computer store closed in October.
I'm not good with dates. I've already mentioned that.
So if you're not good with dates, if you're 2 months off that much with those dates, Do you think that your memory about dates for other matters might not be the best?
Certainly.
So, if the testimony was that Ian was threatened in late August or early September, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that, would you?
No.
You just don't have any independent memory of those dates, right?
No.
Okay. So, did you put Brian up to threatening Ian?
No.
At that time, you and Rachelle were still dating, right?
Yes.
Brian and Rachelle were not dating, were they?
I often wonder about that. I don't know.
If Brian had said that the relationship had ended about the time the computer store opened, would you have any reason to disagree with him?
No.
So if the computer store opened about June 23rd, at the time that Ian was threatened, they would not be in a relationship, Brian and Rachelle, right?
No.
Okay. So what motivated, now, at the time, Brian was a really good friend of yours, right?
Yes.
I think you said that he would do anything for you.
I suppose he would.
He killed Lauri Waterman.
Yes.
You asked him for help.
Yes, I did.
There aren't very many people that would kill somebody at the request of another, wouldn't you agree?
I suppose not.
So you didn't ask Brian to kill Ian.
No, I didn't.
All right. Did you try and keep Brian apart from Rachelle?
No.
Did you try and limit access and say to Brian, we shouldn't talk about this with Rachelle?
No.
Did you ever say we can't, we should make sure that Rachelle doesn't know any of this?
I don't remember saying that, no.
Well, if Brian said it, Brian's getting the maximum, facing the maximum possible punishment, right?
Yes, he is.
And, well, we know that you're trying to salvage the remainder of your life, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Brian that after roughly September, the end of September, something like that, you were having almost no contact, particularly physical contact with Rachelle?
I probably did, yes.
Was that true?
Yes.
On, let's say about September 22nd. I know you may not know dates very well, but about that time, do you remember getting a phone call from Rachelle that made you go grab your rifle?
Yes.
And you told Brian at that time that you were going to kill Lauri Waterman, right?
Yes.
And Brian talked you out of it, right?
Yes, he did.
Isn't that the phone call where Rachelle said, you know, we really, I don't think, should be involved as boyfriend and girlfriend anymore?
No.
Isn't that the phone call where she decided to break up your relationship?
No.
You're not going to admit that that happened, are you?
It didn't happen.
My question is, you would not say that that happened, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Because if it did happen, it casts a lot of doubt on your story, doesn't it?
It would.
And you have a vested interest in this jury believing your story. I think we've already covered that, right?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect, Mr. West?
Yes.
I'll show you, minus Exhibit 52, a couple of the letters that Ms. Waterman wrote. In this paragraph. You can read out loud this paragraph right here.
Here?
Yes.
It's not fair. You send me this huge romantic letter, and all you get is a crappy one. I'm sorry. LOL.
What's LOL mean?
Laugh out loud.
Okay. And then this letter here. Read out loud this paragraph right here on my finger. Right.
So not a lot going on. Took me until lunch to finish your letter. Not complaining, but still. And had that band concert, which went okay.
Okay. So did she ever tell you, in addition to what you wrote in the letters, that she read all the letters you sent her? Like she was reading the letters she sent you?
Via instant messenger, she would make reference to some of them.
Okay. Did she ever complain about any of the letters you sent her?
No,
Did she discuss the letters?
somewhat.
Okay. Including the fantasy letters?
Yes.
Did she tell you about fantasies of her own?
Some.
And what were they type?
Some of them were sexual. Some of them involved things like marriage, kids, life in the next 10 years.
Okay. Now you know what letter. You recognize this letter?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And who's this letter from?
This would be from you,
And who's it to?
to myself. My lawyer, actually.
Okay. Mr. Pate?
Yes.
Okay. This is the offer that was made.
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to read it. It's dated April 4th, 2005.
Yes, it is.
Okay, 10 months ago, approximately.
Yes.
This is an offer to resolve Mr. Arrant's charges. Offer: plead guilty to count 2, murder in the first degree. Dismiss all of the other charges. A cap of 50 years on jail and other conditions sentencing are open. And then it's written in there, my initials, no court restriction on parole. The next paragraph says, Mr. Arrant will agree to waive any right to remain silent and agree to testify at any trial or hearing of a co-defendant. That's the offer, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, if Mr. Radell's case had gone to trial, would you have been testifying in Mr. Radell's case?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So the agreement just isn't limited to Ms. Waterman.
Correct.
It's just all the, okay. So the co-defendants in this case.
Yes.
All right. And there's nothing in there about you testifying what you was told the police or anything on there, is there?
No, before or against wasn't stipulated.
Okay. And what you've been testifying to, has it been the truth?
Yes, it has.
Now, when you were talking with Ms. Waterman about the plans, did she ever mention anything to you about a key?
No, I
Did
don't.
you talk to her about a key?
No.
Did it ever come up in discussion?
No, it didn't.
What about when you were talking with Brian Radel about it? Did he ever mention?
I don't remember him ever mentioning a key.
Okay. Did he ever ask for plans for the house?
He asked for just a basic layout,
Okay.
which I was able to get a little, but not much.
All right. The phone call that Mr. Wells asked you about on September 22nd, do you remember what was said on that?
Which phone call?
I think that's the one where you were going to get a rifle and shoot someone.
Oh, yes.
Okay, what was said during that conversation?
I don't remember verbatim, but the gist was that she had been grounded for getting a B or some such nonsense and was going to be punished again later or
Okay.
something to that effect.
Did you leave the house?
No.
Okay. And is that when the plan that Mr. Radel was going to be across the street and shoot Ms. Waterman as she was coming out of the school, was that plan decided before or after that incident?
It was probably around the same time, but I couldn't say before or after.
Was the phone call the impetus that caused that plan to go in effect, or had you been discussing it before then?
Oh, I believe we'd been discussing it. The phone call thing, me grabbing the rifle was just a flash of anger. I mean, it never would have gone anywhere.
All right. Now, do you know who was the first person to tell the police that Mr. Radel was involved in this case?
I'm not sure if it was myself or Miss Waterman, no.
Okay. The site where Ms. Waterman was killed, who took the troopers and showed him that site?
I did.
The site where the evidence was destroyed and burnt up, who took the police to that area and showed them where it was at?
I did.
The information about
Mr. Radel, how he burnt the van and destroyed the body, who provided that information to the troop?
I did.
And the information then eventually about how you and Mr. Dell got planned together and planned this killing, who provided that information?
I did.
And then Ms. Waterman's involvement in this case, who provided that information?
I did.
When Sergeant Habib came in and talked to you about it, were you aware that it was tape recorded that he was contacted when he was
No.
talking to you? Okay. Did he make any offers or make any agreements to you to get you to talk to them about Ms. Waterman?
No.
I don't have any other questions for Mr. Arrant, Your Honor.
Let's take about just a very short 5-minute break before the next witness.
All right, so that wraps up Jason's testimony. It is very interesting to see the difference in understanding the dynamic between Brian and Jason. As we saw, Brian's testimony reveals that he wants the recognition and to feel important, and that his life has value, because in his everyday life, he didn't feel like he had that value. While Jason is so full of himself and enjoys the power and control he has over people. We could see that through the arrogant things he's saying to the attorneys, in addition to the way he described his relationship with Brian and wanting to control things. I thought it was interesting they were highlighting the house key and saying, why didn't you use the house key? And saying, why did you have Brian bring a butter knife and all this other stuff? And from my perspective, hearing that sounds like maybe he knew more about that key and that there could have been easy access, but rather having that control and power to make Brian kind of do these things that are over the top and kind of just seeing how far he can push Brian and have that control over him. I think he really sits in that and really enjoys that. So that was really telling to hear that dynamic between them. We got a little bit of a more in-depth glimpse into the relationships that Brian and Jason both had with the defendant, Rachelle. So that was interesting as well. But as I said, this wraps up Jason's testimony. So we will stop here today with this testimony, and we will resume with further testimony in addition to hearing some stuff from Rachelle during her police interview as well tomorrow. So as always, have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thoroughly enjoyed talking with you guys and hearing everyone's perspectives throughout this trial. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a